All right. We're live. We're back. Check, check. Trying to see. Sorry. Looking on mine as well to see if we are having a little trouble with our stream here, making sure that we're. Yep. Should I be speaking, by the way? Yeah, it was weird because when you timed like this, that's where it cut off our video. Okay. Okay. So we're just live on YouTube right now. If you were following us, we're trying to figure out why we aren't able to stream on Facebook. So we'll work through some of that stuff here. But we're approaching the final 4 hours, so still have some people signed up to come on. A couple Refugee Hope employees, couple. I think one more board member. We'd like to get a volunteer from a church to come out and talk about, what it might look like for the impact that serving has here. I think one more board member would like to. I'm live on Facebook here. From a church to come out and talk about, what it might look like for the impact that serving has. Way to go, Christy. So we'll let the feed run a little bit because we're having some technical difficulties getting Facebook we had to restream every 8 hours. So we're up. So this is our 4th stream, something like that. It's been a bunch of them. And so we're going to let it bring, we'll kind of delay a little bit till we have a few more people joining us. But we had a short stream that cut off. What I was saying before we got to that point was, if you do have a chance to go back and watch that national feed that we cut into, it's some really fascinating research about the resilience factor for people who encounter faith, and specifically Christian faith, as a part of their recovery or healing journey. and it's out of Yale. They're doing really interesting stuff that's specifically with different rescue missions across the country. So yeah, if you're interested in that kind of thing, that's a great place to start. So now it's not going live anymore, man. Oh, it's still live on mine. No, I'm still live here. Yep. Hey, you want to have a conversation, Don? Oh, okay. I thought. Oh, I bet you have a bunch to say if I can get you here. But I get it. I understand. No, that's fine. That's it doesn't have to be stuff that everyone likes. We just mostly whoa and down goes Fraser. Well, I was gonna see if we could. Our clients and the get to hear firsthand about the impact of the work that they are doing, and um, yeah, so that's kind of where we're at here. We're our live stream's having a little bit of trouble, so we'll try and keep an eye on that, and we'll do the best we can here. We are not working at full capacity, that's for sure. Just from a just the perspective of having been out here for so many hours. Those are my gloves. I don't know why they're sitting over there. Oh, so some things to look forward to. We got some people eating. Oh, that's the gentleman who was with us last night, Darius. Yeah. Um, we got some people coming out after lunch to sit on the bench. They're eating lunch right now, so they're getting close to having their devotion, and then they'll get served. And then we got a couple guys coming out for that, and then we have a few. What is the Refuge of Hope band called? We got the Refuge of Hope bluegrass band that's gonna play a tune or two. Um, and they have a catchy name, but I am too tired to remember that name, so I apologize. They just said it. Oh, the Hootenanny of Hope, the old Hootenanny. What you found out was one of Christy's favorite words, which it is a great word. So they're gonna the Hootenanny of Hope is tightening up their little bluegrass number, and when they're ready, probably sometime around 11:30, um, we will go. Um, we'll bring them on here and get some mics set up and let you enjoy some of the talent. So want to make sure to highlight I'm the person that the camera and sitting on a bench, and you know I'm happy to do that, and it's been a real privilege, honestly, to hear the stories that people are sharing and feel like we've, people have been really vulnerable and we're super appreciative of that. And, so many unexpected things that we didn't like. None of this can happen without, know, a great team of people. So there's, you know, Woods has been instrumental in pulling off this event. She's spent so many hours in training. She's been here awake with me throughout the entire night. She's handled so many people that, with grace and patience, and, really worked to make sure that they were taken care of and heard. And um that's, been such a godsend. And so I just want to make sure that people know, like, it wasn't just, me. And there's a group of people, but Christy especially uh done such a great job to make sure we can keep rolling. And then Marcus McFalling also helped set up, well, he's given us so much of the technology and helped set us up and has troubleshot a few things for us as well. So for the record, he did not stay up all night with us, so he's got to come down a rung. But just kidding, Marcus. But he's been super helpful in uh troubleshooting these things with us, and couldn't have done it without his expertise and context. So super grateful for that. Uh, so this afternoon, got some different things planned. Wanted to highlight, I hadn't really taken a ton of time to talk about um, the women's shelter service expansion project by itself. So I'll just take a few minutes while we're waiting on somebody to talk about that in like a real clear way. So um, January of this year, what would it take to open a women's shelter, to expand services to include single women? Did some research, talked with funders in our community to say, like, hey, this is what we're thinking. Do you think we're in that space? Got really good feedback. They asked some really great questions. We went and did some research, came back and said, hey, we think we're in a position now to do that. So moved forward, received just incredible support from our community. We're quicker than we imagined, and just such a huge outpouring of support for this project. Breaking ground. We've already had a ceremonial groundbreaking, but the contracts will be signed, and they'll actually be moving dirt here in the next couple of weeks on we call it the service expansion. So the kind of flagship services is women's shelter. So we'll have 16 rooms, 32 individual women who will have access to safe, clean, reliable shelter. And we can hopefully begin to build on the services we already offer for men to help. That project is about a $0.5 million project. Along with the flagship of the women's shelter, we're also adding 2 other services. The second service we're adding is a laundry service. It's like a no fold laundry service. So a lot of people that use our clothing ministry, when we asked about why they come multiple times a week, a lot of them had to do with, well, I can't afford to clean my clothes, so I just come here. They make sure they take care of their own clothes, allow people to keep their favorite pair of jeans, not have to throw them away just because they got dirty and you can't wash them. So we are couldn't be more excited for that. We think that's a real need, and that we're gonna see that when we start doing that service. The other thing that we're kind of focused on is showers for men and women that are sleeping unsheltered. So if you're sleeping in your car, I'm not seeing it live yet, but doesn't. Oh, here we go. I think we're back. We're doing a thing called Conversations on the Bench, where we're doing a live stream on Facebook for 24 hours. We're currently on hour 20 of 24. So, just grinding here, grinding through the last 4 hours. I'm feeling that. I mean, it's better if it's on when I'm talking. I prefer it that way. But it means I've been talking without a live mic for a while. So, yeah, when we stopped to join the national feed and well, no, just like zap the energy is like that's the first time I got. Some of us were up here grinding all night. Other people were sleeping. But some of us we were grinding. It got lit up here. You didn't know who was going to roll through this place at 3 a.m. You just see what washed up on the shores here and grab a hot dog and make a meal around the fire. So, is it going live now? Yeah, we don't know. Like that when we tried to leave the national feed to come back, nobody's been through there. Because we've been telling people that fell over. When what? Oh, that makes sense why we couldn't figure it out. That doesn't need to be up. I got plenty of sunshine. And it feels good. It almost makes me want to go to sleep. Hey, I'm sorry. Marcus didn't introduce you.
Oh yeah.
I'll introduce myself. Is this your spiritual father?
Yeah.
Okay, Papa Whiteside.
I'm Scott. Scott, you've been up since. I've been up since 7 a.m. That's the truth. Come on, man. I've been on this bench since 3. Come on. Wow. That's when you get into you get 30 plus hours. Wow. So, but it's been we interviewed people this morning, and it's been super powerful. People have been sitting down and sharing, kind of what they're experiencing. Yeah, and also just hey, this is my experience. One guy came in here this morning. He drove he left last night. He's like, hey, I'm leaving work. I just got to get home. I'm coming back in the morning. I want to talk about we'll be here. Yeah. The whole thing is just conversations on the bench. We've been a lot of stuff, but the idea
Who knows what you might have? I'm good. And yeah, here with uh, Mr. John Duff, the man, the myth, the legend. Right? Maybe. All right. So yeah, John, tell me a little bit about yourself. Come down to the refuge. Why do you come down? What's your favorite thing about it? What's your least favorite thing?
The best thing about it is you guys help a lot of people. The bad thing about it is
I hear you.
you've heard every story in the book.
Yep. Sometimes from you.
Well, I don't lie. Whether you think I do or not, I don't lie. Scott, I used to work in that building right
Yeah.
there
Yep.
when I was 16 to 20
Yep.
for a rich dude named Cooney Sullivan.
Yep.
And Dutch DeMarco ran the business.
Yep.
It was City News. They owned half a News Depot.
Yep.
And
So
I've been in this neighborhood since I was 5 years old.
that's right. I was gonna say you grew up here. You grew up on these streets, right?
Pretty much.
Talk a little bit about like tell me how often do you come and what kind of impact does the Refuge of Hope have on you specifically, not about what everybody else does, but just you.
Well, I enjoy talking to people,
Yep.
whether anybody believes that or not. But sometimes I get surrounded.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
And I used to be 6'4", 225 to 355.
Yeah.
I used to work at Human Services when it was Social Security and the Veterans Administration. I had a key to the building.
Yep.
The only key I didn't have was to the pharmacy.
Yep.
You understand why, right? But Canton's always been a base for me to do my legal work and whatever.
Yeah.
I'm not a felon. Could have been a felon.
Fair enough.
But my own sister put a domestic violence on me.
Yeah.
And I never touched her, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But anyway, she died of a heart attack, da 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 da.
So John, one thing that's like people probably notice that if they're watching your hands, they notice you got hardly any fingers, got no legs beneath your knees. What happened? How did those all things transpire?
Okay. So even 7 or 8 years ago, I got frostbite on January 31st. I waited 7 days to get help.
When you say you got frostbite, where were you at?
I was over off Martindale. There were some empty buildings back there. And my mom was already gone. My dad was still alive. I think you met my dad, didn't you?
Yeah, I met your dad once.
Okay. Be careful what you pray for. I prayed to God for a new pair of feet, but I don't blame God for this happening.
Yeah.
I could have got help.
Yeah.
Now, as far as the fingers, that's from running around in these hospital wheelchairs.
You lost both your legs to frostbite.
Yep.
From being out in the elements.
Yep. And I waited 7 days. It turned to gangrene. They had to take them off.
On both feet. You had frostbite on both feet.
On both of them.
And this is 8 years ago?
7 or 8 years ago. It was January 31st. They took them off February 8th. Then they wrapped them the 10th. And that was the worst pain.
Yeah. What John, can I ask, and you might not have an answer even, but like, what is it that kept you from, for those 7 days, what kept you from getting help?
I don't know. I needed a break from working. I worked for a very wealthy man over in Maslin.
Mm-hmm.
You ever hear of Meldrum? Tom Meldrum?
No, I don't. I'm not familiar.
Okay. I had work, but I just needed a break. Actually, I was staying with Critter. You know what I mean?
I know who Critter is.
And he got mad at me hanging around the house. He said, "Why don't you go do something?" Well, I walked. It was a winter thaw. and I got my feet got wet walking through the snow to this
Mhm.
abandoned house back off of Martindale,
Yeah.
and there was nothing really to cover up with. If I took my shoes off, I might still have feet. But anyway, that's how the frostbite happened.
That's how it happened.
They took them off at Akron Children's
So
Hospital.
where do you live at now, John?
I live back here with that
You don't have to give me like details or anything. Just like
back by Gas
you
City.
staying with a friend or
I pay her rent to stay on her porch, but she looks out for me.
yeah. So John pays rent to stay on the porch, and then this lady kind of keeps an eye out for him, make
Yep.
sure he's okay. And then, like, are your fingers? Did you lose your fingers from frostbite?
Yep. Lost 3 on one hand, 3 on the other hand. This one they had to do twice. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
A lot of pain. A lot
So,
of pain.
you know, John is an example of somebody that, you know, like sometimes people that, you know, are really out in the elements, you might not even kind of realize the extent of the danger that they're encountering, but, you know, he's kind of wearing the wounds of what happens and the danger that, you know, that cold can have. I actually am pleased we've made it this far in the video, John, without you wanting to try and wrestle me yet. But hey, here we are. So what John, you know, I just gotta imagine, like, you know, a lot of like hard things. You lose both your legs beneath the knees, you've lost a bunch of fingers. Like, what keeps you going, John? Like, what keeps you wanting to press on?
The sun goes up and the sun goes down. There ain't nothing we can do about it. But whether you believe me or anybody believes me, I try to give a lot of these younger people wisdom. You know, hopefully, the smarter you get, the older you get.
Yep.
But you've heard every story.
Yep. True.
You know, guy tried to kill me, hit me 20 times with a metal pipe.
Yeah.
If it weren't for certain people that were right here and back there, I might not be here.
Yeah. John, what role, obviously Refuge Hope is faith-based. What role does faith play in your life?
A lot.
Yeah.
I was brought up in the church.
Yep.
Lutheran. And whether anybody believes or not, I'm related to Basil Wells, who founded Canton in 1805. He was from Steubenville.
Mm-hmm.
I've been saved 3 times. Maybe I need saved another time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Mike Caminetti saved me, Herbert Garnes III saved me, and Dana Gray saved me. They're all well-known ministers.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Yeah. Cool. What's your favorite meal at the Refuge Hope?
I kind of like your lasagna or your meatloaf.
The meatloaf. Meatloaf's been up there. Almost everyone says meatloaf. It's that
Chicken.
Joanne's special. Yeah, we have chicken so much. It's hard. It's hard for anybody to choose chicken because you get it. You just get it so much. That's just the reality of being around here. Yeah, I mean, anything you want people to know about kind of the experience that people that use our services have, or what kind of challenges they face? Even if you like, Scott, I wish you'd change this. I hate this rule, or I hate that. Like, give it to me.
Well, I understand why you have to do a lot of things, because all the fights and stuff and stupid stuff. I mean, come on, man. And I don't know. Me and Joanne don't see eye to eye on these things.
Yeah, well, you'll have some of that, John. I've been around to know that probably there's equal share to go around.
Were you around the first one? I don't mean
yeah,
the one over
yeah,
here.
I was around in the first one.
Okay, you remember Kenny? That was head of security.
Yep.
Okay, do you remember a girl that used to come preach there once in a while named Thelma Lane?
Nope, I don't remember that. That was before my time.
I used to go there with her. I stayed there one night in the old one. They had
Yeah.
all these cots and 2 showers. I
Yeah.
said, this ain't for me.
Yeah.
You know, but you guys have helped me. But I loaned out a lot of money I shouldn't have loaned.
Yeah, it is, Jack. I don't think ever. So I got to run to another conversation quick, John. Thanks for your time, man. Appreciate it.
And you
Thanks.
need to talk to him.
Yeah, no, I'm going to talk to Randy next.
All right.
And then I'll move this chair out of the way. Oh, you're fine. All right, Randy. Let me get these mics set up and move my. I'm pretty tired. I'm officially reached the. We stopped momentarily for to join the live feed, and that was the point at which I was like. Now that I'm getting closer, I'm getting a little juice. Yeah, getting a little juice back. Yep. So awesome. All right, so it'll pick it up, Randy. Yeah, you can hold it or leave it. It'll pick it up. Is the audio picking us up with that loud? Like, are you still being able to hear us, or is it? Okay, awesome. I have no idea what condenser mic means, but I'll take your word for it, Marcus. That means that it's good. So yeah, back here, want to share the bench with Randy. So if you don't know, this is Randy Snow. Why don't you tell him how'd you get connected with the Refuge of Hope, Randy, and how long have you been connected?
The first time I got involved, I came down to drop off some food at the old facility, and that was the first tie-in. And at that time, Dwayne said that we're going to start a campaign here for a new building.
Yep.
Wondered if I had any experience in fundraising.
So that feels like a little bit of a leading question.
Right. So he asked me that, and I said I did. And he said, would you consider being part of the major gifts committee? And I said I would. And the next thing, he asked me if I would co-chair the campaign. So that's how I got involved in the fundraising for the campaign for the.
So that'd be 2017.
Well, about I think 15 or 16.
Okay.
When we started, and we were very successful to raise about $5 million for the Ron and Dawn Hartman Center, which is the main building for Refuge.
Yep.
And then I think it was in 2017 that I joined the board, and I had been a member of the board then for 7 years.
Yep. So talk a little bit about, I always, interview board members. People are like, what does the board do? Why are they important? You've served on who knows how many boards, Randy, probably more than you can remember. But just talk a little bit about the importance of the role of the board, and then would love to just hear why Refuge of Hope's mission was something that you felt like, hey, I want to be connected to that.
Well, I was so impressed with what Refuge was doing, and the kind of care and concern they had for their clients, and just treated everybody with respect, and that really impressed me what they were doing. There was a real need to assist the homeless and also those that were hungry, and so it was an area where I thought maybe that I could help out. And I had a lot of board service at different boards, and so I felt this was an area where I could be involved. I think the importance of the board is, number one, is if you need to find a good executive director for the organization, that's probably one of the most important things the board can do. We were fortunate when I joined that Dwayne Wyckoff was the executive director and was doing a very good job. And then, of course, annually doing an evaluation of the executive director because the board does not run the organization. The board is responsible for making sure that the staff runs and operates the organization.
Yeah.
But I think board members can provide input through expertise that they may have in one area or another to provide the kind of expertise or needs that can assist the staff. For example, the finance committee, there are people that have experience in that area and can assist the staff in areas like that. We have a development committee that can assist staff in fundraising, which is always very important because as many people may know or may not know, that Refuge of Hope does not get any government funds and does not get any funds from United Way, but it's all from the generous people of the community through the community giving refuge.
So one thing that I've been asking, I know you come down here with your daughters and grandkids and, serving meals certain times of the month. And I always say, when we all come down here, at least I'll speak for me, I assume I'm gonna have a big impact on people, and this is gonna be kind of like a one-way street. And then once you're down here, you kind of realize the way that, that service also is kind of impacting and transforming us. And so just wondering if you could talk a little bit about kind of the ways in which maybe it's challenged your thinking, your perceptions, and how service to serving down here with your family, what that impact has had.
Yeah, I think that really, being on the board is one thing, but then coming down and serving and seeing how things operate, getting to see the clients that come in and the people and what they go through on a day-to-day basis, I think it does impact you. You see what the needs are, you see the struggles that these people have, and you kind of walk away thinking, okay, we gave them a meal, what else can we do?
Yeah.
And that's where I think the rubber meets the road is right down there when we're doing that.
This has been interesting. Randy's on the development committee. He's always a person on the board that's kind of just going to cut right to the heart of what he wants to know and where he thinks, what he wants you to answer for. And so one of the things that's come up that's been really interesting is asking people who had been in our shelter or are in recovery right now of like, hey, what was it for you that flipped the switch? It's different for everybody. And then kind of just drilling down on people's thing to be like, hey, and the kind of thread that I think, at least in the conversations I've had in the last 22 hours, is there's a moment where people kind of become aware of their worthiness or their, I said, they're image bearers, or they have this connection to like their own value. And they each articulate in a little different way, but the kind of this idea of like, oh, I'm worth something to both myself and to God. And that is like a motivator to be like, oh, it gives me capability and agency to like move about in my life to do positive things. And so it's left me thinking of like, hey, how do we create experiences for people that enter our shelter to kind of encounter that question in a very real way during their time here? Because it seems like it's such a critical piece. And if we can do that, is there a thread we can pull for people to be like, hey, if we can get them to think about, why it is that they matter and are important and kind of believe that of themselves, does it kind of lead them to more transformation individually and personally as we think about, obviously outcomes as part. We want people to use our services and get on their feet and be independent and have good outcomes. But, it's rarely like a very strict line. So just was, you always ask about, well, how do we do follow-up? How do we know what the impact is? And so as I was having these conversations, I was like, oh, when Randy comes, I'm going to tell him like, hey, this is an interesting thing we've pulled out of here.
Well, that is a thought that I have. And Wednesday, Leslie and I and my daughter and granddaughter served, and we hadn't served on a Wednesday. And afterwards, we were having dinner and talking and saying this was kind of a different group that we saw. It's some younger people. There were more women. And we kind of walked away, and I did. Okay, how do we help these people? We provided a meal for them,
Yep.
but how do we get them to
Yep.
feel this self-worth and be able to turn their lives around?
Yeah.
And that's why I ask about, okay, I know what our mission is here,
Yeah.
but what should the next step
Well,
be?
yeah.
And so that's I think a real challenge for us,
Yep.
because we're providing these services they need.
Yeah.
They need shelter, they need a meal, that type of thing, clothing.
Yep.
How can we get them to be thinking that I'm a person of worth
Yeah.
and need to begin to move forward in a
Yeah.
positive way with my life?
Yeah. How is this a launching pad for them
Right.
to figure out what that next thing, that next positive step is?
Right. In a way, I think with the 100+ people that come in for dinner each night,
Yeah.
how could we have a sit down with them?
Yeah.
We're not professional counselors, but on the other hand, what's going on with your life?
Yeah.
How can things change?
Yeah. No.
And I know it's a huge challenge.
Yeah.
For us.
But
And-
yeah, somebody's probably doing something. That's the thing of like, that's what's been helpful is like even just identifying like, hey, what are the themes we can pull out of these last 24 hours even, and
Right.
how do we, move that towards change or impact for the services we offer. Just obviously, Randy got long history with both the refuge and our community, and would just be curious for you just to, this whole thing is probably unimaginable if you showed up here in 2016, 15, and we're like, what are we, not that people weren't doing good stuff, but just like, yeah, look what God did in,
Right.
10 years
Right.
is beyond our wildest
Yeah.
dreams. And so just wondering, like, kind of having a front row seat to that experience, like, what was it like for you to watch God just provide through our community?
Well, each time I think when there would be a significant gift come in, I said, boy, the Holy Spirit is really working with this person. And I mean, it is remarkable. I remember going to the first gala, and there were very few people there. It was out at Stark State.
Yep.
And I didn't know hardly anybody there. And I told Dwayne that. And where we've come with that, with the exposure to the community, I mean,
Yeah.
I think the refuge is the number one entity that the community goes to for people in need,
Yeah.
and particularly with housing and that type of thing. But you look
Yeah.
around here, and we were so blessed and pleased with our main building, and then the care center, and then we were able to get the storage
Storage
building,
thing, yeah.
and now we're building the women's shelter, which
Yeah.
was in need, and it's just remarkable.
Yeah.
And the response of the community and people of faith has been remarkable.
Yeah.
And it's it's going to continue that need, and how we can change lives. I
Yep.
think is what's really going to be important.
Yeah. And, I would be remiss if I didn't just, say thanks for all the time you spent on the board and all the energy and, dinners you've gone to tell people and to be such a champion for us in the community. And none of this happens without great partners who are willing to stand up and say like, hey, they're doing something special here. You should be a part of it. And so thankful for not only your leadership on the board and your kind of wisdom and asking the hard questions, which, I think, you have a really like good way of doing that, where it's like, hey, I'm going to press on you, but I'm also going to like champion you,
Yeah.
but you're not going to get away with an easy answer either, And so that's super valuable. So want to, just say thanks for that. And thanks for coming and sitting on the bench with me for a little while.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Hey, we did polish off those Heggy snacks
Did you
last
get
night.
them? Okay.
So we got them. We took care of them.
Okay. Good.
Between all of us around the fire, we managed to get through them.
Well, and I said when I joined the board that Dwayne was here and was doing a terrific job, and we were so fortunate, Scott, that you were there and came along.
Yeah.
and you're doing a terrific job.
Well, thank you, Randy. I appreciate that. Thanks for your time. Beth's laying in the wait.
There she is.
She's already been, or who am I doing next? Okay, awesome. Very good. Yeah, then we got, oh, sorry, here. You can move this mic out of the way. Beth doesn't want anything to do with that mic. Are you ready? I got to get my radio voice prepared. No, I'm good. I'm ready. All right, the one, the only, Beth Knox.
I do appreciate that. I'm not gonna lie. Do I need to move this
Yeah,
over?
you just need it in the general vicinity.
Okay.
It picks it up pretty well.
How's it going, boss?
I'm pretty tired.
I did check in. I woke up at 3:30. I got on really quickly. Saw you guys were good, and then immediately fell back asleep. So I felt a little bit of guilt, but not enough to get me down here. So.
Nobody should feel guilty about it. What you should feel is sympathy for
I did.
when we're like, yeah, honestly, only recently. In the last hour, I've felt like.
Yeah, and my
I'm gonna
new
grind
list
it
of
out.
requests are on your desk because I know you're at a weak point right now.
I'm
so
probably,
my budget just
I'm
went
probably
way.
more crabby than normal. So it's just like, I don't have time to deal with
Oh,
this
so that budget
nonsense.
question.
Yeah,
Okay,
gone.
never mind. Never mind.
So for those of you that don't know, this is Beth Knox. She is our special events coordinator at the Refuge of Hope. She's been here for
Just since last June.
since
Feels
last
like
June.
longer, doesn't it?
She's in the office across the hall. Sometimes it feels like longer.
I know, right? Same.
but we are like grumpy old men neighbors
kind
in
of.
our offices.
Which I enjoy that.
Yeah, I
you know?
appreciate the banter.
Yeah.
Although I mean mostly she's just disgusted with my lack of decorating.
Has the worst office ever.
It's true.
A strategic plan on paper
Yeah.
falling off the wall. I'm gonna announce it here. I feel like it needs to be.
Shame.
out there.
Hey, maybe shaming is the way to change
Yeah,
me.
I think it should
I
be.
can't say that it's
I
not.
walk in and I'm like, "Did you just start here 2 weeks ago?"
Nope, been here for 18 years.
Okay. Then we
Have
can
not
talk.
progressed
Okay.
my decorative skills.
No, I said just give me a budget and I'll take care.
Yeah, exactly. So Beth's been with us since June.
Yes.
Talk a little bit about what your role entails,
Okay.
and then if you want to talk a little bit about the gala coming up,
Okay.
just kind of information.
Yeah, I get to do the fun stuff here. I plan the fun events that everyone comes to, the gala, spring banquet. You and Joanne give me a couple special projects here and there,
Yep.
maybe. But the gala is definitely the biggest one.
Yep.
You know, and I have to tell you, last year was my first experience with that. Didn't really know what to expect.
She
And-
killed it.
Oh, thank you.
You did.
Thank you.
yeah.
No, well, no, like throughout my career, I've planned a lot of events, you know, but didn't know what this one would be like going into it. And the feeling in that room that night was like something I'd never experienced for real. Like just everyone coming together, happy to be there, happy about the mission and supporting it. There was just a whole like energy in the room that night that I thought was incredible.
It was.
Yeah.
And partly because that's the first time we had somebody that didn't have 5 other jobs
Well, that helps.
do that. So not only did Beth do a great job, the rest of us didn't need therapy by the time the
Well,
thing,
yay.
the thing was over.
That's
so
another reason. to
yeah,
increase my
hey,
budget.
it's a
Keep
win.
laying it on.
Yeah, that's right. It's a win. It was a win all around. Saved on therapy bills.
Yay.
But yeah, it's such a great event.
Oh, it's amazing.
Coming up November 14th.
Yes.
And
this year's a little different. It's themed around a Christmas Carol, Charles Dickens classic, and it's such a good theme because that story is all about love and redemption and changed lives, which is what's happening here. And the Players Guild is one of our in-kind sponsors, so
Okay.
they're bringing tons of Christmas Carol surprises, I will call it, because I'm not going to let you know what it is.
Nice.
But it's going to be amazing.
That's awesome.
Absolutely amazing.
So I don't know what all the surprises are either.
No,
So
you do not.
I'm as excited as everyone else to see what that's going to be. But it's a great event.
It is.
If you have never been, it's also just a great place where we kind of do some storytelling around the
Yeah.
Refuge of Hope. You know, it's
Amazing.
yeah. Well, we don't do a ton of storytelling outside of our newsletters and obviously social media, but this is kind of one night where we're like, hey, this is who we are. Here's the story of transformation from somebody. Here's the impact that
Right.
the work we're doing has on one specific person. And
we just filmed with that person, and I spent the day with him, and it's just an incredible story.
yeah, it's going to be
So
great.
I can't wait for everyone to see that too.
I did end up on the other side of that camera again. So
Oh, that's right.
a lot of time in front of the camera
You are
here.
spending.
Yeah,
Is this like your new comfort zone?
I don't think so. I think I'll need a break after this.
And that's well earned.
Just as a plug, if there are anybody out there who's interested in sponsoring,
Yes.
we have until Monday. We could sneak you in there.
I've saved space till Wednesday.
Oh, so Wednesday, okay, keeps going out. So if you have a business, feel free to reach out to
Right.
Beth Knox at Refuge of Hope, KNOX.
Yes.
And you're welcome to call her, email her for sponsorship
Absolutely.
details.
It's all on the website.
Here we
Tickets
go.
can be purchased on the website at
Let's go.
refugeofhope.org.
Yeah.
Oh, the chef is creating a special meal within the theme that we're doing. It's going to be an unbelievable night.
Awesome. Great. All right. Hey,
Is there anything
that's
else?
it. No. Oh,
Are you sure?
Tell them about what we got planned for next year. Just a brief of what we're working on for next year.
You mean the community event?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, not the full.
No, we don't want to
Okay.
give them just.
So
but
we'll be celebrating our 25th anniversary at a community event on June 5th. That'll be very, very exciting.
Yep.
And then we have all of our other normal events too next year: spring banquet,
Yep.
gala, all of it.
Awesome.
Run to Jesus 5K. There's like so much.
So many things. Thanks.
All good things.
Yeah. Thanks for all your work on it.
Absolutely.
Beth's been such a great addition to the Refuge of Hope. We banter, but truly.
I did hear your comment about what the conference room looked like. I was watching the live stream for that part as well about Amazon blowing up
An Amazon box throwing
I
up.
need to remember to mention that. So there we go.
Well, at least nobody's mentioned the initial comment about when Yolanda sat down. I was like, "Oh, my favorite employee."
Oh, I text messaged you.
Oh yeah, everybody.
I tried to cancel. I went into Joanne's office. I said, "Are you hearing this?" It's one thing to think it, but saying it on a live stream.
Hey, it's unforgiving. That's what we've
okay.
learned. After 24 hours, it's unforgiving.
I get it. I've only been here a year and a half. I got
For
ways
real.
to go.
Hey,
All right.
appreciate your
All
work.
good?
So thankful for you. Yep,
Okay.
we're good.
All right. Hang
You're-
in there for
2 more hours,
okay,
right?
You got this.
All right, so gonna give a little table setting here. So we're gonna bring on April's gonna speak for us next a little bit, and then we got the Hootenanny of Hope, or the Hope of Hootenanny. Something about Hootenanny and Hope all going together. No, that is not your name though. Thankfully, you're not Hootenanny or Hope or anything. So yeah, if you just move that a little bit in front of your mouth. So yeah, this is April.
Hi, Scott.
April and I have known each other for, I don't know, it's been 3 years, 2 years.
Years.
Yeah.
That's
So yeah, why don't you, Rachel, just say Rachel, geez, I'm getting tired.
Are you-
April. I'm working on like 32 hours away.
I heard.
Talk a little bit about kind of how you got connected with Refuge of Hope, and
A few years ago when I was homeless and I didn't have anywhere to go, and I couldn't get in the Y because my number was so low. So that's when you guys had the women's Y open.
Yeah, so we had like a temporary women's shelter open, which honestly, like April was part of that trailblazing crew. They were kind of 3 women who were pretty much with us through the majority of the winter.
Yeah.
And
I was there the whole time.
yeah, I was gonna say, and people that we would be able to see through the whole winter. And it took a long time, but eventually April was able to obtain housing through not by any fault of her own, just that her number is so low. So it just took a while to get her on the list, but she's been able to get housing, and
Yeah, I'm good now.
and yeah, she's doing great. And talk a little bit about though, like, you know, what kind of impact. I think some of the guys in the shelter talked about it too, and I know you guys probably had it, but like I mean, I don't know if camaraderie is the best word, but kind of the bond that you shared with the women who were there, and how that kind of impacted your own kind of growth during that period.
It was there was all sorts of people, so I mean it was challenging at times, but
Yeah, for sure.
yeah,
that's also a true part of it.
but there was a few that I bonded with for sure. We don't talk anymore actually, but
Yeah. But
yeah, we
people
don't-
that during that season you guys were connected
Oh,
and
yeah.
supportive of each other.
yes.
Yeah. And then, you know, talk about some of the other like services you accessed because of that interaction and, you know, like through being connected at the refuge.
The refuge is on out like the best shelter here, I feel.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not even yet because I heard you guys are getting a women's shelter. Congratulations,
We
by the way.
are getting a women's shelter, so
Yes, I'm happy. Joanne finally gets her women's shelter.
that's right. And to be honest, April, like I'm not like trying to be flattery, but like you know, being willing to stick it out with us and us seeing the challenges that you were facing as a single female who was working really hard to try and better your situation, and just seeing like, man, if April can't make it and she's got all this going for her, there's got to be something we can do. And so it was really this part where we started getting serious about it.
I feel like some places don't do all that they can.
Yeah.
I feel like you guys do, for sure, but
Mhm.
some other places don't do what I feel like
Yeah.
they should,
Yeah.
especially to the extent that they should too.
Yeah.
But
Can you talk a little bit about you and Joanne, because she was kind of so involved there and you guys have stayed connected. Can you talk a little bit
Yes.
about that
yeah,
relationship? And
Joanne reached out. She was like, honestly, she's like a mom to me, like
Yeah.
a mom I don't have. But Joanne, she definitely put more into us girls than anybody else did, really. But she actually cared, though. It wasn't like all these other places and they just do it because they're getting paid to do it and it's just their job. Joanne actually cares. She still reaches out to us. She's still
checking in.
Yep.
Yeah, that is the special sauce for her.
She went a whole extra mile for us, honestly. Well, for me, I
Yeah.
know she did. So.
And she'd do it again.
I know.
That's the thing. Like, if you were in trouble, you knew you'd call Joanne tomorrow and be like, hey, I need help. And she'd show up or figure out some way to.
That's why I'm here. That's why I'm going to keep in touch. Because when nobody else was there for me, you guys were. So
Yeah. Well, yeah. Anything you want people to know, like about your experience or about like, hey, here's maybe something you wouldn't have known that you should consider when you think about people that are struggling.
Just don't give up. Yeah, just don't give up.
Yeah.
Because it does get hard, and it can get even harder. But
yeah, and I mean, I remember conversations with you, just being like, man, I'm ready to give up.
Yeah, I had a few moments.
Yeah,
a few moments. It got really bad for a minute, but
but you saw it through.
I did, and everything's turned around now.
And now you're here, and you know, doing well, and you know, we're excited for you, and so
I'm excited for you guys too.
Yeah, thanks for coming down and for
sure.
being the first person to kind of walk through the doors, and you know, the women's shelter, you know, is a kind of the fruit of that season at the refuge, and you were such an important part of making that happen. So
I'm happy I got to be a part.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much, April.
Thank you, Scott.
Appreciate your time. All right. We got the Hootenanny of Hope. All right, so got a special presentation here. So these are all some guys that stay in the shelter. They play these instruments just like on a regular night here as they're winding down. So wanted to open up, wanted to kind of let you guys get a taste of their skills, and I think I can move these back enough where we're not gonna blow us out.
You know, the funny thing is, we've never played together. You know, I mean, this is how God works. You know what I mean? Like,
all right, but Steve's not playing this.
Nah, Steve's.
Steve.
Yeah, I know.
hey, oh no, I'm a can't fart his arms, so he can't fart now.
Okay, I heard it behind me. I could.
Yeah, a little bit. We're getting there. Yeah, you too, Dub.
Yeah.
Ish.
Good enough.
Yeah. Yeah, that one. And then the other one has that quick C and the
Yeah, whatever. I'll follow.
it's the third $2 bill is the CG, and long is D. Home brings it home to G.
Yeah, I'll watch it.
Yeah.
I'll be a little off or whatever.
It's just music. There's no rules. Lost all my money, but a $2 bill. $2 bill, boys, $2 bill. Lost all my money, but a $2 bill. Watch over rising, it looks like a train. Looks like a train, boys, looks like a train. Watch over rising, it looks like a train. I'm on my long journey home. Out in the east, it looks like some rain. Looks like some rain, boys, looks like some rain. Out in the east, it looks like some rain. I'm on my long journey home. I lost all my money, but a $2 bill. $2 bill, boys, $2 bill. Lost all my money, but a $2 bill. I'm on my long journey home. Little girl waiting, she's holding down the line. Holding down the line, boys, holding down the line. Little girl waiting, she's holding down the line. I'm on my long journey home. I lost all my money, but a $2 bill. $2 bill, boys, $2 bill. Lost all my money, but a $2 bill. I'm on my long journey home. One more. I'm on my long journey home.
Something like that.
Something like
I'm
that.
lost on the third one.
Yeah, we found it.
Oh,
Oh, throwing hearts around. I like
lost
it. Oh,
oh, don't step on her heart. How dare you?
oh, that's old news right there.
You got someone else you want to come up now? There we go. Oh, hoot, nanny, hoot.
One more.
Another one?
All right.
That's the same impression.
GCGD. Yeah, right. Yeah, you know that old folk song. Back in the old 97. Gave him his orders at GCGD. Honor of Virginia saying, Steve, you're way behind in time. This is not 38, this beat 97, so get her in the Spencer on time. Turned around and said to his big racy fireman, they shovel on a little more. When we cross that Colorado mountain, they'll watch your 97. There's a long rough road from Pittsburgh to Danville and Adeline on a 3-mile bridge. He was on that grade when he popped his air brakes. You should have seen a jump he made. He was going down that grade, making 90 miles an hour. Whistle broke into a scream. He was found in that wreck with his hands on the throttle. He started to bed by the sea. all you ladies, you better take warning from this point on and more. Never speak harsh words to your true love, and hoping he may leave you and never return. Oh yeah, Ryan. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Eugene. Yeah, bringing it back up in there. Oh yeah.
Oh, you should have came up and did it.
Yeah, we did. We did a little duet last night.
Wait, it's
Yep, I know. We've already been down there.
That's awesome. Love that. Oh. That was awesome. Thank you guys for sharing. All right, Bob, we're ready. We got 3 hours to fill, though. How are you feeling?
not quite 3 hours.
Not quite. Okay, well, two and a half will do. Where were you at in Europe? I'm assuming you went to Italy again.
Oh, nope, not this time.
Greece?
No, we actually did a pilgrimage, and we started in Munich, Germany,
Okay.
and we jumped on the boat and did Austria.
What's the pilgrimage called? Is it like a?
It was just a pilgrimage. We had mass every day. We had 2 priests and a bishop, and it was just all about Jesus. And the best thing about it was we filled the boat, so it was not only okay to talk about religion, it was encouraged, and we all grow from different stories.
That's awesome. So, sorry, Bob and I just got into it because Bob's been around here as long as I've been around here, which there's only a few of us like that anymore.
And that's why I still do prayer requests at the end of devotion.
Yeah.
Because I remember my first time, and I was a happy pagan for 50 years with no religious background. So I finally came into the church out of guilt. I left my wife, go to church for 21 years because I hated it. And now I'm just on fire with it. It's amazing.
I did not know that about it.
Yeah.
That story that you.
That's why I feel it's like, why did it take so long? But I think I was in training because all of my checkered past, I can identify with anybody here. There is no one too scruffy for me.
Yeah.
Because I've been there.
That's awesome. So let me table set a little bit so you have some background. So Bob has been a volunteer at the Refuge of Hope for, I would say, roughly 18 years, same time. And his kind of ministry to the people that come to the Refuge of Hope is that he's here to just pray for them. And for 18 years, Bob's been showing up multiple times a week. And he comes just to say, obviously, friendship and all those other things, but how can I pray for you? What's Jesus doing in your life? How's he impacting you? What a gift to the people that we serve. And Bob will tell you,
selfishly.
Talk about it.
Well, I try to minister to them, and they just minister to me 10 times over, and you can't help it. And every time you step outside your comfort zone, which I had to do a lot, not coming from any religious background, to pray for somebody, I don't know how to do that, but God will teach you. He doesn't call the equipped. He equips who he calls. And he has equipped me, and I'm still in training because he will teach me so many lessons. He's taught me that I have 2 ears and 1 mouth, and I need to listen a lot more. But to go back to when I first started, and I just figured, well, I like to eat, so maybe I can do a meal mission. And so I went, and you were there the first night in the old place, and there's only like 35 people, and you asked for prayer intentions, and you got about 10 of them out of that time.
Yeah.
And what shocked me, it wasn't what I expected. Nobody looked like they had two nickels to rub together. Nobody asked for prayer for themselves. They asked for prayer for Pete, who was in the hospital, for Lucy, who was homebound.
Yeah.
If it was for them, it was indirectly.
Yeah.
More housing, more jobs, that kind of thing.
Yep.
And that's why when I do devotions here, which I love,
Yeah.
I always ask for prayer requests, and I get blessed so much. And today was a perfect example. So I was blessed with my wife to go to Europe for a couple weeks, and I came back, and the jet lag hadn't hit me. So I went to last Friday. I went to mass, and then came here afterwards, asked to do devotions, and when I got here before people came in, put the apron on, the gloves, getting ready, it hit me. Now it was great to come home, sleep in my own bed.
Yeah.
But I wasn't home until I came here.
Yeah.
When I came here, it just felt like home. I'm back with my family.
Yeah.
And so today I wanted to briefly say that. And today was about the 10 lepers who Jesus healed, but only one thanked him. So about Thanksgiving and all that associated. Yeah. Before I started, I said, I was blessed to go to Europe, but I really didn't feel like I was home until I came home to you guys, and I truly love you guys. Thank you.
Yeah.
And after the prayer intentions, one of the ladies said, I just want to give a praise of thanks, and I'm just thankful that you're back.
Yeah.
And that's
it.
It's you can't get that anywhere else. I mean, God will teach you in a harsh way, but 10 minutes later, he'll just encourage you in the most loving way.
Yeah.
And that's that's why I keep coming back. I can't not come back.
Yeah. That's such a cool story, Bob. And it's true. Somebody actually, I think it was Ed that was here before. I kind of asked him about like, hey, what are the things that stand out? And his was like, yeah, when I take prayer requests, it's rarely about themselves. It's usually about like, pray for our community, pray for my friend over here. It needs housing, or, he's like, rarely is it like, hey, this is prayer is about me. This is what I need. Can you provide it? And so just that, yeah, even though they, from the outside world, maybe they don't have everything that somebody thinks they should need. And like, hey, you should go in there and ask for something for yourself, that they're like, yeah, I mean, here's my needs are getting met. And, I'm still selfless in my reflection. And so it's cool to hear you kind of like end up in the same place.
It makes, I come here and it grounds me because I wish I would see everything, but I see a lot of what I take for granted every day.
Yep.
And it makes me joyful in the Lord. It makes me see those things.
Yep.
All the blessings that are around us all the time.
Yep.
And that's
exactly.
They make me joyful in the Lord.
Yeah. Well, that's awesome. It's so cool to hear that the impact that it's had on you. And I mean, we are a little bit spoiled in that we see you multiple times a week and like, how are you doing, Bob? Joyful in the Lord every time. But also to know, like, yeah, we also know that our guests know specifically that you've been such a consistent presence for so long. The thousands of prayers that you have prayed on behalf of, our clients and with them and for them is, not unnoticed. And, the power that's been both on your life and the power on their life is just such a beautiful thing. And we're so glad that you share your gift with us here and with our clients. And we know you kind of already alluded to it, and I've said it so many times in the last 24 hours that I almost like hesitate to say it again. But what we know is that sometimes you come here not even like ill-intentioned, but just like, yeah, I come expecting that I'm going to serve somebody and it's going to make me feel good. And what you realize pretty quickly, it doesn't take very long. You don't have to be very perceptive, especially if guys like you and I could figure it out, or like, yeah, it didn't take very long to figure out like, oh, yeah, I'm not sure who's serving who here in this
Exactly.
equation.
Exactly.
You know, because of the ways in which they, you know, reveal Christ to us, and you know, yeah, I mean, if we get the privilege of being the hands and feet of Jesus for somebody, and they encounter Him in a way that is real for the first time, you know, praise be to God for that. You know, but it's not because there's anything special about us or this place. It's just kind of handing ourselves over to the will of God to say, like, hey, if you can use me, I'm here.
I'm so glad that I can be a vessel for the Lord and understand it isn't me.
Yeah.
I can't do anything on my own.
Yeah.
But just to even be a part and to be blessed so much is it's just so good. And people will say, "Oh, that's so good what you do." And I said, "No, don't pat me on the back. Come share in my joy. Come down and volunteer."
Yep. Yeah, that's just a really cool thing. So thanks for sharing that with us, Bob. We appreciate your time.
Yep.
We
I
are.
appreciate it.
How much time do we have left, Christy? About 2 hours. 2 hours 45 minutes. So we're getting closer and closer all the time to wrapping up our 24 hours. And if things pick up here, just want to take a moment just to say, when Christy and I started talking about this, it sounded like a good idea. I don't think either of us had any idea that it would be this good of an idea or this powerful of an experience for both people sitting on the bench and for me spending the majority of the time in conversations with people in that seat or around the campfire at night when we all were just kind of deliriously tired, which I will continue to be deliriously tired for another 2 hours and 45 minutes. But yeah, just so thankful for you guys tuning in, for the guys that shared their stories, for the people who commented. Like, that's what's made this kind of, I don't know if it's an event or what it is, but that this experience has been so impactful in that way, is kind of exceeded my expectations. And thanks to Christy for all the prep work and all the work that had to go into both keep both of us awake. Christy was able to troubleshoot stuff. We got to connect with people around the United States. Just yeah, it's been such a privilege, and are so grateful for that experience and for people letting us into really vulnerable spaces. Like, we don't take that for granted. So yeah, I'll probably just shut up for a little bit because I'm a little bit too tired. But
Well, I just want to say thank you, Scott, because it's you and Christy and all the volunteers. You could make more money somewhere else, but you choose to do God's will. You choose to be here, and it doesn't go unnoticed. And it draws myself and the rest of the volunteers to want to do this.
awesome.
So you guys are a huge part of why myself and others are here.
Well, we appreciate that. I humbly accept your praise, but also, and Bob, this is the one thing we keep saying. People that sit here talk about what happens, and we always, and I know this is true of you too. It's like, hey, everything that happens here, like, we're just people that are standing in the gap, but God He's the one that's reshaping hearts, reforming. I just saw it out of the corner of my eye, but He's the one that's doing all that. Hey, who happened to jump into the bear costume? It's not quite Halloween yet. Ryan's not around yet, so I got to think. It's not. Who could it be? Jordan? No, can't be. Did Ryan make an appearance? Did he make For those of you that don't know, this is the famed Refuge of Hope bear that also serves as the best scare tactic for the Canton citywide trick-or-treating in Stadium Park. So, oh yeah, please do. Thanks, Bob. Appreciate it. I honestly have no idea who this is. So this will be fun. Ryan, I don't think that's you, but I have no idea who it is. Bear, first question. See those little kids over there? They are so intrigued. They saw you, and the bear is so cuddly. They're like, "What is going on across the street?" But I guess Bear, what's your name? How long have you been at the Refuge of Hope? What's your role here? I feel like I should know this. I'm in charge. They've barely been here a year. Well, that takes Jordan away. And I got no idea. I'm like, Ryan was just out here. There's no way he changed that fast. He's only been here 7 months. So a year. I think. I have no idea. Yeah, do you know who it is? I have no. Is it Neil? It's not Neil. I haven't seen Neil all day. Yeah, I guess this is time. Trunk or treats coming up October 30th, Stadium Park, 5:30 to 7:30. Refuge of Hope will be there with said bear. There's generally a relatively long-standing tradition of acting like the bear is a big stuffed animal and scaring little kids. I love that role. So does my son. So he's excited to. Is it Beth? I can't imagine she'd put it on. She hasn't. She's been here a little over a year. It's June. I kind of want to rip the head off. I don't want to be insensitive. I mean, I'm not sure if it's my lack of sleep or I have no idea. If it's not Beth, I'm totally clueless. It's not Beth. Can't be Jen. It's not Jen. She's been here longer than that. I know. I don't. None of those are helping me actually figure out who it is. Can I pull your head off? No, he's 7 months. Yeah, we went the other way. Like, who's been here long? And I was like, he wasn't gone that long ago. How did he get a bear suit on?
I'm like the wind. I'm not gonna lie. I wish I had this on at 6 a.m. This feels amazing.
Oh, that's hilarious. That is hilarious. So this is the bear costume. Maybe you'd like to make an appearance. You wear it well. Let me just state that.
I actually have a Santa outfit. I play Santa, so I'm all about characters.
Well, what we do at the Halloween is we usually put a bucket, and then whoever's in the costume kind of sits there slumped over, so it looks like a stuffed bear. Then when somebody goes to grab it, you're like, ah!
Full support of that.
I mean, people have thrown their bucket of candy.
Oh, free candy.
Yeah, and just gone over and over. So, this wasn't one of the bits they put on the conversation on the bench packet. So this is a special treat here that the Refuge of Hope Bear strikes again. And yeah, thanks Ryan for gracing us with your caricatures.
I'm glad I worked here that I can mess around a little bit today. I play some music. I got to be a bear.
I was like,
it's
yeah,
a little boy's dream.
Well, I was gonna say, what's the old brothers wear out now? You could have showed up in like a prison suit, and then you could have really done 2 full characters.
Oh my goodness.
Pretty
Oh,
tough
that's
with those
gonna be
hands.
hard,
That's
yeah.
gonna be rough. So well, thanks, Ryan, for stepping
Absolutely.
in. Appreciate it.
I'm not wearing this back.
Yeah, don't.
I'm about the chicken that crossed the road if I wear this thing.
Yeah, I would like to see you cross the road with no help with that thing. Come on down, Michelle. Oh, he was here last night. You're fine. We're kind of just trucking through. We're in the last little. I'm good. How are you, man? How did things go yesterday? Good. I don't know. It's good to see you.
How are you?
I am pretty tired.
The weather's been nice for you, though.
It was
That's
pretty.
good.
It got a little cold last night.
Yeah.
We went through about a cord of wood. For the. It picks it up pretty good. My mic is not cooperating for whatever reason.
It's still a little bit breezy. The sun's nice, but it's
The sun actually,
chillier
even
than
when
it
we
looks.
started yesterday, the sun was actually like warm.
Yeah.
But after we're 21 hours in,
Yeah.
7/8 of the way done.
And you've been awake this whole time.
Christy and I have been awake. Well, I've been awake since 8 o'clock yesterday. I dropped my kids off at school yesterday.
Oh my gosh.
So I'm talking like major hours.
Little slap happy, are you?
No, yeah, she got really her, and there was another gentleman that he had been with us the entire night. From when we started at 3 o'clock yesterday, he just lingered around.
Yeah.
He just went to go see his caseworker, but he was here. He was here all night, and I don't know, at like 3 a.m, he started laughing, and he got Christy going, and they were just deliriously just cackling at each other. It was funny.
Well, I thought about you when I got dressed for work this morning because we don't have any regular hearings scheduled on Fridays, so I was able to dress casually. Otherwise, I'd be dressed for work, and it's too cold to be dressed for work. You know, I'd be wearing dress shoes and a skirt or dress pants. And so I was really glad I could wear jeans and a couple layers and a pullover.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't want to be out here.
Yeah, I had a full coat on it. Last night it got cold. I think the low was 35, and we had a pretty good fire ripping for most of the night. But if you weren't right next to it, it was like, okay, that's chilly.
Well, just this week, you know, this has been the first week that it's been cooler, and we've been so spoiled with all these warm, beautiful.
Even
days.
today is like, this is a great.
Yeah.
You know, had I not been awake for 24 hours, I could really enjoy this in a different kind of way.
Well, Monday morning in the elevator at work, several of us were talking about how we hadn't pulled out our coats yet. And when I said coats, plural, I thought about all the folks here who might not even have a single coat. And how fortunate we are.
I mean, even last night, like the people that were kind of washing in through the night, they had different, they didn't have heavy enough coats.
Yeah.
So the fire was kind of like a magnet for people that were just wandering and like, oh, there's a fire over there.
Yep.
So anyways, we've been going. So this is the Honorable Judge Michelle Cordova, who is a family court judge in Stark County courts, which is just part of who she is. For us, she's been a board member
since 2019.
Since 2019, she was the president last year, and she served as the president for 2 years.
3 years, actually.
That's right. You got the extra year.
Yeah, we extended it since during the strategic plan and transition for you.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so just, talk a little bit about how you ended up at the Refuge of Hope serving, how you ended up on the board, and then what's been kind of something that's like, this has kept me coming down here and kept me connected to the work that's happening.
Yes. Well, I had heard about the Refuge of Hope and made some donations here. But my friend Pam Lung is a member at Perry Christian Church.
Yep.
And she invited me to serve a meal at the old building. And their church would do the last Saturday of every month.
Yep.
And so I started serving the last Saturday of every month. And I brought my kids with me. They were teenagers at the time. And it was good for all of us. And I've said many, many times, and I hear other volunteers say the same thing. I've gotten a lot more out of the service than I've given.
Yeah.
I mean, it's good for your soul. And the people are just wonderful. Not just the residents, but the guests and the other volunteers.
Yep.
And I've made it pretty regular. I mean, I have to skip every once in a while, but
Yep.
I ended up switching to the first Saturday of the month because their church really fills up.
Yeah.
The first Saturday of the month was just, they needed volunteers.
Yep.
And so it varies. Sometimes when that's full, I'll switch to a different weekend.
Yeah.
But I've been a regular ever since I think it was 2017 when I started.
Yeah.
So I got
awesome.
the pleasure. I was here for the groundbreaking before this building
Yep.
opened.
Yep.
And then Randy Snow asked if I would be interested in joining the board. And I interviewed and was so grateful.
Unanimous decision.
It was, it's just a good fit.
Yeah.
And it's, I've heard from the board members who've been around, and of course you've been around as a staff member forever.
Yeah.
I've heard that the newer buildings are kind of beyond their wildest dreams.
Yeah.
What they expected from the very beginning.
Yeah.
But every time that we've talked about what's next for the refuge, we've talked about dreaming big, and every time that people have prayed for what's going to happen next, the prayers have been answered so much bigger and better than we could have expected.
Yeah.
And the community has really come through in ways that we didn't expect.
Yeah, for sure.
So, just for example, breaking ground a couple weeks ago on the women's shelter, that happened so fast.
Yeah.
We
even inside, like, and the outside, if it's like, oh, it happened fast, but internally it happened even faster because it's like,
right.
The
strategic plan, we finalized that plan at the end of 2024.
Yeah.
And to break ground less than 12 months later was
it's a wild.
It fell into place because we thought it through. So, and when I spoke about this at the groundbreaking, I kept saying we.
Yeah.
And when I say we, I mean we as the board, as the community.
Yeah.
It's the volunteers, it's the staff, it's the leadership, it's the board. And as a volunteer, I feel like you become part of the family.
Yeah, for sure.
Refuge is just a huge family.
It's so interesting you said there's two things that came out that's been like such a clear thread. One is that this whole idea of when I'm here, like I'm serving, but I'm gaining so much from it. It's not. It's like this two-way street. I don't know that anybody sat down and not said that, or had to been one of the first things they said if they volunteer. And then the second thing is like the kind of tightness nature of the staff. So many, I've been around here. I've been around for everybody that's gotten hired, but like every staff person that's come and sat here, they're kind of like just crystal clear, like, hey, I'm here and I'm only here because like I want to serve people. I want to be Jesus to the people that come through these doors. And I'm probably not the likely person. I don't feel like I have probably what the skill set is, but my heart is in the place. And so Manny told a story that I've told a couple times about like when he was coming as a client and he was homeless. He got released from jail, and he showed up at the 405 building, and it's like, they come in like, hey, what do you need? He's like, I'm Manny Sanchez on a mission from God. He's like, I don't know why I said, I don't even know how it came out. And the person behind the desk looked at me like, okay, great. What do you want me to do? And so he ended up staying here. And then he was saying, how could I have known that, now I'm coming into work in 2024. It's like, yeah, I'm Manny Sanchez on a mission from God. He's like, I had no idea that would have been foreshadowed, but I also know like that's how I think about my role here. And Lakeisha was just saying like, yeah, this job was great, but she's like, yeah, if I could had the Refuge of Hope not hired me, I could have been that homeless mom with a young kid.
Yeah.
But this was like a breakthrough that, I didn't expect. And, she's like the change it's done for me internally, and the ways God's called me into places I'm not equipped. I never could have imagined speaking in front of 10 people, let alone like a room full of people, and telling them like, hey, this is my trial. Here's how God came through for me, and how he, can come through for you. And so just like
Yeah.
that familial, like, hey, we'll do anything for the person next to me. And
Yes.
it's been powerful just for me, because I'm like, felt like I probably know most of their stories, I've been around. But even then being like, yeah, nope, didn't know that about that person and how they came through. So
And when you serve meals with people, we're here for about 2 hours.
yep.
And so we're talking about the weather, current events, but
Yeah.
we also get to know each other
Yep.
as what's going on in our lives. We get to know about our family members.
Yep.
And we get to know our stories.
Yep.
And it's funny every once in a while that I've been here as many years as I've been here, and then every once in a while somebody will be like, wait a minute, you're a judge? Like they had no idea. Or they don't realize that I'm on the board.
Yeah.
But I also sometimes it also, like, I've been here this many years and I didn't realize that they used to be a resident here because it didn't come up.
Yeah.
But I do know that a lot of the employees here used to be clients, or
Use our services. Yeah.
they came and ate their meals here. And so it's so important to me that we serve meals like you would at a restaurant.
Yeah.
And when I serve, I greet people, ma'am, sir. I make sure that I say good morning and thank you and please, and
Yeah.
I offer to take away their plate when they're finished.
Yeah.
We treat them like,
Yeah.
I served in a restaurant when I
Yeah,
was in
yeah.
high school and
Yep.
college, and I treat people just like I would if I was working for tips.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I
And-
want to make them feel like they're special.
And they see it, like, when for all the conversations, like, it's been, I was joking, Christy and I've kind of been saying this, like, yeah, when we started we didn't really know, like,
Yeah.
really what we were doing. This was something that sounded like might work. Also, we were fully prepared for this thing to bomb. And then, like, within the first 3 hours of beginning to just sit and ask people questions, it was like, oh, it's gonna work.
Yeah.
And then the conversations felt like they were impactful, and you'd hear people kind of reflecting things that you say, like, yeah, man, they go the extra mile, they make sure we feel taken care of. And then this morning was like the full circle, where people that had stayed here 10, 12 years ago were like in the comment section of like, hey,
Oh, that's wonderful.
I stayed there in 2014. The Refuge of Hope was so helpful.
Yeah.
I've been out on my own for 13 years. They were such a huge help. And then some other guy like, hey, I've been out since 2016. And, just like, God. And so we're like, yeah, hey, call us or send us an email. We want to get in touch with you to
Yeah.
tell your story.
Well, I walked over here today. It's such a beautiful day.
Yeah.
I work it's just a few blocks. You
Yep.
can see the building from here.
Yeah.
So I walked over here today, but every once in a while I'll see folks that I see people here when I'm serving. And I see them at work,
Yeah.
outside the building. Sometimes they'll eat lunch outside.
Yeah.
Sometimes I see them in passing when I'm in and out of the building. And there's a lady that I see occasionally, and she recognizes me. I don't know if it's the hair,
Yeah.
probably the hair.
Yeah.
But she says, I know you. And she always stops and talks to me. And
Yeah.
I love that she recognizes me.
Yeah.
And just,
Yeah.
we treat each other like,
There's a humanness to
yeah,
it where it's not like
friends, like family.
yeah, which is awesome.
Yeah.
So
And I also love, one thing I really love, that, during our board meetings, every once in a while, you share a story about something that's happened either out in the community or here. And, I'm not a crier, but Christy's a crier.
yeah, she is.
And she tells stories sometimes that make me cry. And they're most often they're happy tears.
Yeah, yeah.
But I love to hear the stories about, after people have successfully moved out of the refuge, and a year later or 2 years later, when they're still doing well, and they're working, and when they come to the gala or to the to the Spring
Spring
Banquet
Banquet,
and
yeah.
tell us about what this place has done for them.
So
It's-
and it was cool. Like there were so many people. We kind of had put this out, and people were like, hey, I'm gonna show up, and it's like, oh great, yeah, show up.
Yeah.
But there was a gentleman last night. He was here, and he like sought me out because it was a little more active. He's like, hey, I'm coming back tomorrow. I need you to hear my story. I'm like,
Okay.
it wasn't somebody I knew, and I was like, yeah, great. I'll be here for 24 hours. Happy to see you. And he came back this morning, and he's like, so like, hey, I'm here. I'm early, and like, yeah, let's sit down, chat. And so we were going through the whole thing, and I'm asking him questions, just talking about his addiction. And there was a guy that couldn't have been sat down more than 30 minutes before him, and they're both talking about, hey, here's my story of, that I was broken, either went to jail or, found Jesus through jail or other places. And I'm like, what tipped the scale for you? What made you change? And both of them said some version of the same thing of like, yeah, something about when I encountered Jesus, it made me worth something. Like I was somebody again, and it made everything change for me. I began to believe in myself because I was in the, like, one guy was like, I was basically an addiction cycle for 4 or 5 years. I'm like explain that. Nobody knows what that means. I
Right.
know what you're saying. He's like, yeah, I would hate myself, so I'd use drugs. Then I'd hate myself that I used drugs, and then 5 years later, I wake up and I'm in jail, and I'm like, I don't even know what I've done. This isn't who I am.
Mhm.
And so they kind of talked about like part of their kind of the thing that helped them emerge was this idea of like, yeah, I'm somebody. I'm a child of God, and I could want something for myself. And I always think about like these buildings are amazing and they're so good. And I always, when people like when I give tours, I'm like, yeah, these buildings are really nice. Some people are like, why would you have such a nice place? But I always say like, it communicates something to people about their value, about their inherent dignity. It's like, hey, we built this place and it's clean and it's nice because we think you're worth it. And even though we never say that to people, I was like, I just believe that they take that on of like, hey man, they must think a lot of me. All of this stuff they do for us, it matters. And so many people that sat down were like, yeah, like I didn't expect to come to a place that was so clean, that the portions were so big, the food was tasty, and
That about, well, so many things, but setting up the laundry facility for people,
yep,
giving them their dignity,
yep,
showers for people when they need it,
Yeah.
giving them their dignity. Those things are so important.
yeah,
And when you talked about addiction, we know it's a disease. And I've been
Yeah.
on the opiate and addiction task force since 2012.
yep,
I started as a prosecutor. I'm still on it as a judge. And we recognize that addiction is physiological.
Yeah.
It's not just mental. But
Yep.
a lot of folks have mental health issues as well.
For
So
sure.
when you're suffering from depression, a lot of people are self-medicating.
Yeah.
And it's a snowball.
Mm-hmm.
And so you need a lot of things in your life. You need counseling, and sometimes you need Jesus, but you need support as well. You need
Sure.
all these things.
Yeah.
You need your medical health cared for,
Yeah, for sure.
but you need your ID.
Yeah.
And you need a place to sleep.
Yep.
And you need someone to tell you that you're worthy.
Sleep. Yeah. Yeah, that
And
word
you need a
that word came up.
reminder,
Yeah.
And I'll say, as far as women are concerned, they have their own
Challenges.
as
Yeah.
well. So we set up, when I was in the prosecutor's office, we set up a special program for juveniles who are victims of human trafficking.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a national mandate, a state mandate
Yep.
for safe harbor programs.
Yep. Yep.
And for people who have been victims of human trafficking, for them to recognize their own self-worth, that is part of the recovery process.
Yeah.
That's part of the healing. That's
Yeah.
part of the becoming a survivor instead of just
It's
being a
victim. Yeah.
And I think that's exactly what you said about recognizing your self-worth.
Yeah.
And as soon as people start to realize that I'm worth it, that's the first step in
the recovery. Yep.
And I think that's universally true for men and women.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
But I think that's going to be the thing that we provide for the
Yeah.
women at the women's shelter
Yeah.
too, whether it's drug addiction or
Yeah, but they're like, yeah, how do you?
regardless.
We were saying
Yes.
like, there's like, it'll be interesting to think about this over the next couple weeks about like, hey, what are the things where it feels like, hey, God, like this is so clearly revealed over the course of 24 hours, other than
Yes.
being very tired, which we shouldn't think about it now.
Right.
But like, what are the things that we're pulling on, those threads we're pulling through to be like, hey, and that feels like such a, at this point already, like, yeah, how do we tap into the worthiness? Because it feels like such a clear line through the whole day of people that both made it out and people that are in the midst of it feeling like, I don't know how I'm going to make it. So,
And one thing I think it's important that people realize too is, when you say that this is a Christian organization, I think some people worry that it's like judgment.
yeah,
There's
bristle
no
at it a
judgment
little.
here.
Yeah.
I mean, this
yeah.
is, we're here to offer
There, but the
God's
grace of
grace.
God go high.
Right, exactly.
And
God's grace.
everyone knows it. We all
Yeah, I mean,
understand
every
it.
one of us is one calamity away
Yep.
from a completely different outcome
That's
in our
right.
lives. I
Yep.
mean, we're all fortunate
Mm-hmm.
or not.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean,
No, yeah,
Yeah.
it could be us too. That's why I
Right.
say like it's no respecter of persons. We've all got family
Exactly.
members or know people in close families who were right, who I mean I kids I babysat who are from awesome families have been in our shelter and died from an addiction, and they were smarter than I was and had, super supportive, but it doesn't respect those things, it's like it'll take it. So anyways, I won't take any more of your time. Thanks
well,
so
it was
much.
great to see you.
Thanks so much
Stay
for sitting
awake.
with me. Yep, we're in the
See
end.
you.
Thanks for sharing your insights and your wisdom with us. And
Have you
uh,
eaten?
yeah, we've been eating. I'm
Very
kind of so hungry that I'm so tired I'm not hungry anymore. I just reached the threshold. People have been saying it to Christy and I'm like, yeah, I'm actually just to the point where I'm like, I don't even know if I'm hungry. Feels like now I'm to the point where like I don't want to drink something with caffeine in it because it's like
Oh,
when I'm done, I just want to
You
collapse.
crash,
Yeah.
right.
I don't want to be like, now I'm awake for 3 hours because I drank a Mountain Dew 2 hours
What do
before.
you have? 2 more hours to go?
Yeah, I think we're
2:30.
2:30 they go
Okay.
to the live stream. So at 2:30 we can stop talking.
Well, it was great seeing you.
Yeah, thank you so much,
Thanks for
Michelle.
having me.
All right. Hey Jeff, you ready? Sorry you had to wait. If you just give Jeff a heads up. You ready? All right. So, yeah, down inside the final 2 hours before the last half hour, we're going to join a national stream. So we have till 2:30 here to, hear from more people in our community, tell stories. And so super thankful for Michelle's input. She's been around here for a long time, provided such amazing insights from the board's perspective. And, we couldn't be more grateful. You've met a bunch of board members who just have been such exemplary people, and we're so grateful for their ability to provide wisdom and guidance and also do it in a way that allowed for such freedom for the staff to operate in their own expertise. So yeah, you're in, Jeff. I'm just rambling, filling time until you get here, but I don't know where ramblings will take me at this time. We're far enough in where the ramblings may lead to. Jeff clearly was worried about this interview, came fully geared up in case things got out of hand between him and I.
Right.
So this is Jeff Smith. He is owner of
President of operations owner. Yeah.
of Body Shield Security. So people probably might be thinking like, why would you interview the guy that does security? Why are you going to put him on the bench? What am I going to learn? This is where I just say like, I know things you don't know about this. And so excited to have Jeff sit with us and for some security people, you know, Jeff is obviously here to protect us. He takes that job super serious. And if you ever had to have a training with him, you would understand what I'm saying. Jeff is going to make sure that we are safe.
Definitely.
But Jeff also has an immense amount of care for the people that we serve because he served as a bailiff. And I don't want to bury your lead, but talk a little bit about, why Refuge of Hope, why you're passionate about protecting people we serve and our staff, and also kind of the heart of why you come down here, why you care so much.
Well, for one, I was a deputy bailiff for 17 years, and a lot of the guys that come through here, I've dealt with in the past.
Yep.
You know, so I see sometimes the same mistakes being made. So it helps when they already have a relationship with me.
Yeah.
You know, so I was always trying to treat them nice when I was down there, and I always try to treat everybody with compassion, because a lot of times some of the people that come here don't get that on a daily.
Yeah.
They get the people running them off the property.
Yep.
You know, get out of here, do this, you know, but I don't ever want to treat anybody like that, because everybody should have respect, and you should give respect if you want it given back to you.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of the things I try to do here is treat everybody with respect, keep everybody on the same page. Nobody's really better than anybody else. We're all the same. All the guys put the pants on the same way. Women put these things on the same way. Everybody's the same way.
Yeah.
And I try to treat everybody that way.
Yep.
No difference or nothing. That's one thing I think that the people see, that I treat them all the same.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't try to show favoritism, because in essence, they're all favored. You know,
right.
They're all favored in the Lord's eyes. So I can't be any different than what he would be.
Yep.
You know, I don't have that right to look down on them.
Yep.
And I would never do that.
Right.
And they deserve the same respect, the same safety as anyone else.
Yeah.
And that's how I look at it when I'm here. And all my officers too.
Yeah.
I want them to treat them with total respect. And that's what I asked for when I actually introduced my officers, any new officers to the facility.
Yep.
That's one of the things I bring up.
Yep.
Is that please treat my officers the same respect that you give me, because they do give me total respect. And I like that.
Yep.
Because they see it being given back to them.
Yep.
I don't, like I said, I don't try to look down on them or anything of that nature.
Yeah. Talk about, obviously you were bailiffs, some of them, so you have kind of that past relationship, but like, can you talk a little bit about like, the heart that, like you care about our clients probably in ways that, I'll just be honest, like probably most security people don't care about them in the same way. Like, hey, I'm going to be here and I'm going to protect them, but then I'm going to leave and they're going to take care of themselves.
Right.
But that's not the sense that I have gotten from you. So where does that come from? How did you end up at that place?
Well, for one, I just think that's part of my heart.
Yeah.
I want to treat everybody like that. I don't ever want to look down on anyone. I do the same with my children, my grandchildren. I try to teach them the same things.
Yeah.
The Refuge of Hope is a place, man, it says it in its name. It's a refuge of hope.
Yep.
People come here, they're looking for that. They're looking for some kind of hope, some kind of assistance.
Yep.
And I like being part of that.
Yeah.
Because I see it in you, I see it in Joanne, I see it in everybody who works here.
Yeah.
So I just think it was a good calling for me.
Yeah.
I think there was a reason for me to be here, put it that way.
I think so too.
For me to be in this facility.
That's right.
With everything that happened as far as when you had before and when I got here, I think it was meant to be.
Yeah.
It's definitely meant to be.
Yeah. And so, I mean, these are like part of the reason I wanted Jeff to join me on the bench here is because, part of this exercise and having conversations on the bench is, exposing people to things like they may not be aware of. And, even volunteers that come in here and they don't know all this kind of behind the scenes things that happened. Like not only does Jeff come in here and protect us and take that serious, but he also, does a training for our staff every year about, self-defense. How do we protect ourselves?
Right.
Maybe a little bit too much striking for me, but we work through it together.
Right.
But he's serious about, hey, how do you protect yourself? How do you make sure you can handle yourself in a way that if somebody ever did, God forbid, do something in an aggressive fashion that you're able and equipped to do that. And so when I was joking about like, if you've never taken training from Jeff, you don't know. because it's he did not messing around. And I just love the balance where it's like, yeah, I'm here to protect you, and I take that job seriously, but I also like, hey, I also care about these people, and my own personal heart is, yeah, for these people to figure out if it's a drug addiction, if it's mental health. Like, yeah, I want to see them get the help. I want to see them be well to come in here. I wish you would have been here yesterday because we were doing but I don't know if you remember Kiki from around.
Yeah.
Like, she came here yesterday and she's like healed. It's like wild.
Really?
If you saw
That's
her,
excellent.
if you saw her, you literally could not believe it. Christy went up and was like, "You look amazing."
That's
Kiki.
excellent.
And she's like, "Yeah, I
And
haven't
people
been-"
need to hear that too. When you see
Because
them,
there ain't anybody that's there ain't anybody that ain't drove up Cleveland Avenue and 12th and not run into Kiki at some point in the last 3 years. And when she came in, I had seen some photos on Facebook to be like, man, she's clearly gotten the help, and she was so happy, and she looked like herself.
right?
She didn't look like the person that we all knew.
Right.
And even though we knew, like, I didn't know her before she had kind of been in that situation, but just in our community to be like, hey, people can get better.
Right.
When they get the
I've
right help.
seen it.
Exactly.
I've seen it in here, and I'm glad you brought that up because it's one of the things that I think that really helps too. Is like you've seen that change in her.
Yep.
That's one of the things I like when I'm here. I can get to know the people. I can see them.
That's right.
And like if they're on some, I can tell that too.
Yeah. Exactly.
And then when they're getting better in their lives, they share that.
Yep.
And that I think that's really strong that they could come up to me and say, and they share exactly what's happening. Hey, I got us home. I got this.
That's right.
I think that's fantastic. And the fact that they feel comfortable enough to share that with me.
Yep.
That just tells me
It's
that
powerful.
I might be doing something right.
Yeah.
Because they're opening up and they feel comfortable and saying, hey, Jeff, I did this, did that. They're not embarrassed about it because I don't embarrass them. When they're telling me about their hardships, I listen to them.
Yep.
And that's one of the things I want all my officers to be approachable.
Yep.
I want them to be able to talk to people. I want the people to be able to come to them, talk to them, approach them. And that's probably maybe one of the differences I have with my company is that's one thing I ask for all my officers, to be approachable, be kindly, and be spiritual.
Yep.
Have that knowledge
and mindset. Awesome. Hey, man, thanks for taking time out of your day. I know your shift has been over and you hung around to talk with us.
It's all good.
We're super grateful that you were able to come and share with us, and thanks for all the work that do.
I thank you for the appointment.
Yeah.
For the contract.
Hey, yeah.
I'm very appreciative.
Jeff does not do this for free, although, Lord, hear our prayer.
right.
But thank you so much. Appreciate it, Jeff.
Thank you, buddy.
Yep. I'm going to take just a quick break here. We're in the last few, what are we down here, the last hour and a half. So let's take a short break here to leave the bench. You want to be on the bench? Have a little time on the bench. No, I'm trying to not drink coffee only because I'm worried that if I have a bunch of caffeine now that it's going to keep me awake when I'm done here, and I don't want to be. Good. So Christina did jump the line. Sorry.
Oh, I don't need to.
No, it's fine.
Oh,
okay. I didn't know if you didn't want to be on the bench, then no worries. So this is where I've been for the last 30 hours. But our kids have sat on the bench.
Did they come this morning?
They did, yep.
Okay, your mom.
They came by and
your mom said that she was gonna try and bring you.
Yep, they did.
Breakfast.
They brought me a donut. I think that's all I've had to eat today. Probably, but you just haven't been moving. Like I've almost lost my appetite. I'm so tired. I'm like, am I even hungry? I don't even know. Don't trust myself right now.
Oh my gosh. Christy said y'all are slap happy.
Little bit.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Yeah. Did he get the order right? He was very nervous.
He did, yeah.
Okay.
He got it right. He did a good job.
He was nervous.
So yeah, it's been, I don't know. How was your day? How was
good?
What do you want to know about me being on the bench for
What story has been the most inspiring to you?
That's a good question. That's a good end of the day question. You should answer this too,
What's
Christy.
been the most inspiring story that you've heard?
Here, do you want to talk in the mic? I can grab this one. Just because we're kind of, I wouldn't say we're wrapped up, but this is a wrapping up type of question.
Sorry.
No, it's a great question. I love it.
No, it comes in different perspectives because, I mean, I think it eye-opening, inspiring, the struggles that we see people facing, talking to people in the middle of the night who don't lay down to sleep.
Yeah.
Like we chose to be awake.
Right.
Yeah.
Right? We're accomplishing something.
And we're going to
chose
sleep
be
as
here,
soon as
and
this
we
is humanly
can't
possible.
wait to lay down. And we talk to people who are fearful of laying down and closing their eyes and resting because their things will be stolen, because they're worried about their own personal safety. And to not have that stability, that security that allows you to rest, to find peace, to refresh, to take on tomorrow's challenges without a good night's sleep, even for a few hours. We had a gentleman that was with us all night long who talked nonstop all night long. And I
Literally
said,
like 6 hours straight.
I said, John, just close your eyes. He's like, somebody will steal my stuff. I said, no, we're here. Nobody's going to steal your stuff. He's like, no. He just couldn't do it. Could not relax. That was eye-opening to me.
At what point, I was going to ask you.
Because he wasn't the only one.
Yeah. But at what point in the night, John went from being a nuisance from like,
well,
at some point for me, transitioned like, John is a nuisance. I need him to stop walking around and talking.
We
to
were
like, now we're caring for John.
John is 75. I used to work in a nursing
Oh yeah,
home.
he never left.
I worry about broken hips and life-changing ailments. And this cord, I just worried about his safety all night long. And I felt like I was watching my grandparents trying to protect them all night.
Yep.
And he'd get antsy and he'd walk around, but then he would like, poor Scott, he's like, I'm just gonna lay down for a little bit. Just gonna lay down. And then the train comes loud as can be over and over again. And then all is quiet again. I'm like, okay, all right. Okay, nothing's going on. And John starts laughing. I don't know at what, but his laughter was so contagious.
Yeah.
I start laughing, and the two of us are howling.
Yeah,
We're just laughing ourselves silly at nothing but each other laughing.
Yeah. It was funny.
It was crazy. It's a crazy moment.
It's so hard to choose one.
Well, and Justin's story comes to mind. He comes out and shares, what life was like before, what he went through, what he's up to now, what he hopes to be doing, the confidence that he has in himself to move forward, the excitement he has to share this new version of himself that he has carved out of stone himself. That's the work he did to accomplish that. Oh my gosh. I love it.
And he's like, just like, I want a better job, and I'm going to show up early. And I'm just like, hey, make your pitch.
It wasn't, hey, look at me.
I was on this morning when you had that conversation.
Yeah.
I'm like,
it wasn't, hey, look at me. Hey, think of me differently. It's like, hey, let me show you.
Yeah. It was
Give
a
me the
different posture
chance
for
to
sure.
prove to you.
So if there's anybody that's still listening, if you are looking to hire an employee, we have got a guy, and he's going to,
we know a guy,
by his own word, he's going to show up early. He thinks he's pretty smart. You can show him how to do stuff. He admittedly has a background, but he's like, hey, like, somebody give me a chance. I don't need you to have pity. I'm going to prove it to you.
Yep. And how many times have we seen that? I mean, Eric's story comes to mind.
Yeah.
Get some trade skills. He's working for a guy building homes. In the parade of homes, and he's helping kids in the trades at Jackson High School learn the trades. And here's somebody who someone took a chance, gave him a chance. Now he's learned a skill, and he's good at it. He's fixing up apartments and other homes and flipping houses, and
actually, Critter did get a mention, Eric. affectionately known as Critter.
Well,
I think that's who
yeah.
Somebody
he told me
somebody
it's
was
okay to call him
talking-
that.
Yeah,
but,
somebody
right?
was talking here to me. It was
Right.
John, and he's like, "Well, I was with Critter."
Yeah.
And I'm like, "Of course you." Yeah, that's
Yeah.
shout out to Critter.
Yeah.
Justin's story. It was at Lamar.
Yeah.
Lamar just sat down here. I hadn't met Lamar, so maybe that's why it felt like a different kind of story. But Lamar just was like, "Yeah, this is who I am. This is what I." And I remember he was like, "I'm pretty much like woke up and 5 years of my life has gone to addiction." So I'm like, "Hey, like, what is that? Like, nobody listen knows what that means."
Yeah.
You're talking about a small group of people that
Mhm.
5 years of addiction they just don't remember. And so I was like, what was he like? Oh yeah, well, I hated myself, so I'd use drugs so I didn't hate myself. Then when I got sober, I'd hate myself for using.
Mm.
And then he's like, you wake up 5 years later and you're like, what just happened to my
yeah.
life?
I saw Bill Morgenstern because I was at the board meeting, and I'm headed back to the board meeting. But
Bill was down here at 4:15.
Oh, I heard.
In the middle of the night, he came back.
But he was saying what had struck him was how articulate people have been in talking about their experiences.
Oh, yeah.
That I think people would be surprised at the level of articulation, and I said too that you see the humanity, right? That it's not an issue, but it's like these are enfleshed image bearers who are struggling, and yes, choice sometimes can be a part of it, but like it's so much more than that. And that's what he was saying was just really striking to him about kind of all of this.
Many layers. And what I'm frequently reminded of when I meet and listen to where somebody's coming from, and they're honest and vulnerable and trust us enough to really share their story. What a privilege to step into that with them. I hear often, so many times over and over, these are folks that aren't just without a place to without a place to stay. They're without someone who will give them a temporary place to stay. You don't have someone who can say, yeah, you can sleep on my couch till we get this figured out. A family member, a friend, you're out here alone trying to do it on your own. How do you do that without God? How do you do that without support from services, from people who want to give you a chance, who are eager to help you beyond that? That connection is most important out of everything they're seeking.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's what was so striking about, and we've said this a couple times, but people are always going in and out. But just the one that people would sit down and then share what was pretty, vulnerable situations with, I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting. I thought I'm pretty good at asking questions. I thought, maybe one or two people will kind of get to the core of something.
How about that individual that we see in the dining room over and over again, who's just calloused, little edgy, little rough with their words, who really just shares the pain, the physical pain, the emotional pain of what they're going through, and just steps into real vulnerability.
Yeah, it was cool. So before, Christina's probably going back to board meeting, but Christina's really the one paying the price here. So funny story, forgot to tell Christina about the event. So when Christy first posted the first thing on Facebook, like, hey, we're doing this on the 9th and 10th, Christina calls immediately like, hey, did you forget to tell me something? I'm like, I'm sure that we talked about this, right? Turns out we did not. So I'm here for 24 hours. Christina is at a board meeting all day today. Our kids are off school. And so she's been carrying the heavy load for this.
Well
My
worth
parents stepping in.
My mom stepping in.
And Linda as well. Yeah, everybody kind of helping us get through this because it doesn't happen. We can't be here. I'm sure Christy's the same thing.
Oh,
yeah.
I have to give a big shout out to my husband and my mother-in-law because I committed myself to doing something and then committed to doing this and never realized that they were on the same day until last week when we had the entire cross country team coming to our house for dinner last night for homemade pasta sauce and meatballs that they look forward to.
And
I love you, Rick. Thank you for doing
It's
that.
worth it.
The kids loved you too, I'm sure.
yeah,
We believe in
So-
what's happening. So.
yeah.
Well, we make it work. We figure it out.
And it's been fun just to see,
It
you know, that's been the other thing. Like the cool part is like people from 10, 12 years ago chiming in, keeping
Yes.
watching,
On the chat.
wanting to hear stories. And,
It's great.
you know,
Mhm.
I'm sure there's other people, Mickey, who came and
Yeah.
interviewed. She was like texting me like, hey, I can't stop watching. This is amazing to hear the stories.
I
And-
said between Mickey and Joanne, if not combined, each of them individually could fill 24 hours with stories on a bench.
100%.
Yeah.
All right, I do have to
All
go
right.
to a board
We'll see you.
meeting. All right.
Thanks for
I'll-
coming out.
We're down here into the last hour and what are we?
So
Hour and 20 minutes. How can it be that long still?
it sounds like forever and yet so much less than it did
Yep.
22 hours ago.
Yeah, exactly. I know. Yeah.
I remember you walking into my office and saying, "Hey, I just heard of this idea. Tell me if you think it's crazy." And I'm like, "I like crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. It's true.
When are we doing it?
Yeah.
Not should we? How are we? When? Let's do this."
I'd be fascinated to hear, like, because Christy's been doing a lot of the technical stuff. I've been on the bench, but she's heard everything that's gone on here.
It
like,
hasn't been flawless, and we appreciate those of you who stuck with us anyway.
yeah.
We're not production experts.
Nope.
We have really cool equipment and the expertise of Marcus, our chaplain. Man, he came way prepared.
Like we thought when we were going to do this that we just need an
An
iPhone on a tripod.
Yep.
That-
No, we have
that
lights,
was-
camera, and action.
Yeah,
all of the above. So
that
thank
is
you,
not
Marcus.
what it took to do this. And so, you know, those are kind of one of those things where you foolishly say yes to things you have oversimplified. But
Right.
like when I guess what you've heard me talk about, like, hey, this was way different than my expectations. But I'm curious, like when we started this 22 and a half hours ago, like what were your expectations? Did you kind of think this is how it would
you know,
go?
I thought we had a great sample of our neighborhood when we had thought about guests we wanted to come sit on the bench with us. When we reached out to people just to make sure there were some people to talk to,
Yeah.
and leaving huge gaps of time to allow for others to welcome them in, not knowing what that could look like.
Yeah.
It was full of surprises, such good, hearty surprises.
Yeah.
And many people, you know, maybe didn't want to be on camera, but would share a story that we could talk about after the fact, or they just wanted to fill out a heart. We asked the question, how do you love your neighbor? And folks wrote on hearts and filled it with just such kind things. Be a hand up first, an advocate for what is good and right always. By saying some kind words, being considerate, sharing. Folks, this is what people want. They want to be treated with kindness, with patience, with dignity. They're not asking for a lot. They're asking for what every single person deserves.
So cool.
Seems kind of simple when you look at it that way,
Yeah,
doesn't it?
Seems like what I want. That's what everyone would want. So, yeah. So thanks, Christy, for going along with this crazy idea. And just as we kind of roll through here to the end in the last, hour and 20 minutes, I'm gonna probably just take a little break here for a few minutes to go get some water.
Yeah.
Starting to feel hunger for the first time, which feels
That-
okay.
Seems like a little later than I would have expected, but
it's
yeah.
true.
Hey, there's another train, so
the
you won't be
trains,
napping.
The trains.
It'll
the
keep you awake.
trains.
We're wrapping things up 3:00, but just before we finish, our staff's going to come out
Yep.
and join us for a real special moment. We're going to be part of a nationwide moment of prayer.
Yep.
And I hope you'll stick around, or at least tune back in if you're busy. Mark the time. Make sure you're back with us before 3 o'clock, like 2:45 ish.
Well, does it go to the national feed at 2:30?
Maybe 2:30. I'll have to
Yeah,
walk
we're
over there
gonna-
and check the
we'll
schedule.
get that
but
schedule and get
Yep.
because I was thinking that it feeds the national
Mhm.
feed at 2:30, and so if
Yep.
we're gonna do prayer, we probably
Yeah.
we'll do it at like 2:20.
And we're talking nationwide. If you're just tuning in, that's 70 different organizations in the Citygate network that are offering shelter, that are
Yeah,
outreach
that's fine.
ministries in our nation that are all trying to solve the same problems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was fun last night while everybody was sleeping. We were talking with different missions
Mhm.
around. So we connected with Long Beach Rescue Mission in California. It was fun to hear like, hey, here's how God showed up at our ministry and how he showed out and showed off and blew our expectations out of the water.
Yeah.
And I wanted to be like, hey, that's our line. Like, you're stealing our material here.
Right.
But then it's like, man, yeah, it's like he's just showing up all over the place, doing amazing things for people that.
What an awesome reminder that he's not just at work here in downtown Canton where we see him in
For real.
existence all the time,
Exactly.
that he's everywhere all the time, and he is for all of us, and he loves us all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Sounds good. Sure.
You want to come? Christy's gonna sit with you on the bench only because I gotta take a small break here.
You're allowed. You've been here all day.
All right.
Yeah. So you just were like, hey, what's going on here, Refuge of Hope today? Why don't you
Yes,
introduce yourself? Tell folks a little bit about what you're doing.
My name's Joey. I'm with the Fire Escape Outreach Ministry, and I was down here just checking on people, just driving around and looking, and I saw you guys set up, and I wanted to see what was going on.
Mm-hmm.
So I stopped here. Now this talking in front of people, it's not my cup of tea.
I don't see anybody but me and you here. What?
That's why I can do it. So. No, so what we have is we have a ministry. We got about 25 people in the ministry. It's from all different churches, different people from different churches. And what we do is we set up here in town. We got a trailer and in the trailer we got a mobile baptism. We've got a prayer tent that we set up. We serve hot dogs or we serve pizza.
Yeah.
And people come in, they're just drawn into us. They just come in for prayer. And so far we've got 70 to 80 different baptisms, people
Praise
who want
God.
baptized. So
Right?
yeah, and it's amazing because like I said, this isn't my cup of tea. And we've only been in, God started this ministry.
Wait a minute. You're telling me that you accepted the challenge to do something outside of your comfort zone that God tapped you on the shoulder to do?
I did not have a choice. I tried to talk to God and tell him this isn't my thing, but he insisted. So I mean, and this started 14 months ago. And so I mean, God's doing amazing things with
doesn't
this.
call the equipped, he equips the called, right?
That's right.
There you
Well, I
are.
mean, okay, for example, we also work at the McKinley Healthcare Center. We do that maybe twice a month. We go and we have, but when we first started, I'm going to tell you about that because I'm not into talking to people, and I'll be totally transparent. But when God first called me into this, I didn't even like people. I mean, I'm just being honest with you. If God can use me, he can use anybody. Okay. Because I now, don't get me wrong. I love people now. The Lord has taught me to love people, taught me to work with people, teaching me to talk.
Do you feel like maybe he opened your mind to some things that you saw differently before?
What do you mean?
I don't know. I feel like sometimes we have misconceptions of where people are, why people are where they are sometimes. And when you take some time to hear them out and try to walk alongside them for a little bit, You learn things that you wouldn't have expected, and it
Oh,
maybe changes your views a little bit.
I've learned quite a
Softens
bit.
your heart. Yeah.
Quite a bit. But as far as my views, my main thing was I didn't want to look stupid.
Oh,
You know what I mean? That's
I think a lot of people
my
would
main
feel.
thing is
Yeah.
I didn't want to look stupid.
Nobody likes to
So
be called on when they don't know the answer, right?
exactly. And we had a, well, let me see. The ministry started, we were set up on Walnut across from McDonald's on Sunday.
Okay.
Okay. And we were baptized as people. I had no idea what I was doing. The Lord put me in this and we were just doing it. So that ended, and the Lord directed me to McKinley Healthcare Center.
Okay.
So we went ahead, and I was just going to meet with the people, maybe fellowship with them. And so we got with the activities director, and I explained who we are, what we did, the whole 9 yards. And he's like, excellent. We're going to schedule you for twice a month and an hour each time. And I said, an hour? What's an hour for? He said, for you to preach an hour. Me to preach, so I didn't even hear nothing else the rest of the interview. I was like freaking out because I had to preach. So, like I said, I don't want to look stupid.
Yeah.
So I'm nervous and I'm studying and I'm trying to get ready for this sermon that I'm preaching at the McKinley Healthcare Center. I don't know what floor. I don't know anything about it because I just blacked out when he said I had to preach. So I'm all ready and nervous, and I'm studying. And so we go up there and we're in a lockdown section. So we go in the lockdown section and I'm like, oh man. So I get my notes out and I said, hi. Now I'm not good at speaking because I don't want to look stupid. I said, hi, my name is Joey. I'm with the Fire Escape Outreach. I'm thinking, all right, I can do this. That was smooth. Everything went good. So I go to say my next sentence, and a lady from the back of the room, she says, shut up, stupid.
Oh, wow. That'll shake your confidence that was already a little dicey, right?
Well, what God was showing me is it don't matter. It don't matter if he's with us. He's alongside me. It don't matter what happens. It don't matter who says what. It all turns out to be good because I didn't think we was going to get called back. Because the activities director said that if they don't like you, we won't have you back. So I'm like, well, that just ruined it. Because as soon as they said I'm stupid, I was all flustered the rest of the hour. I mean, it was terrible.
Yeah.
And what do you know? They called us back and he said, man, congratulations. They just loved you guys. Well, that was terrible. I was terrible at giving that message. It was terrible, but God was with us.
But you got your bad day out of the way right away.
Right. Exactly. So anyhow, God's definitely working with us.
That's so cool.
Working with me on this.
Yeah. I'm listening to you sharing about, so many folks choosing to be baptized and creating a relationship with Christ. And, here at Refuge of Hope, we firmly believe that hope starts with a hot cup of coffee, a dry pair of socks, a safe place to sleep, whatever those little things are, a hotel bottle of shampoo sometimes, but just someone has reached out with something you need to let you know that you're loved and cared for.
That right there, you said the main thing. You love them.
Yes.
If you love them, I mean, it's amazing. They're drawn to you. People want to be loved.
Well, Jesus loves.
Yes.
And it's sometimes hard to imagine. I mean, I know he loves me, and it's still hard to imagine how much to somebody who hasn't experienced that or even started to try to understand it, it can be a lot.
Oh yeah.
It can be overwhelming. I've had my own kids tell me, I don't understand. How can you say you love me as much as you do? Like, you're my child. What do you mean? And God loves us so much more.
Yes, he does. Praise the Lord.
Yes.
So
well, thanks for what you do.
Yes. Also, though, after I got to put this in too, after we baptize them, we just don't send them on their way. We do try to send them, direct them to a local church in the area so they can be discipled, because that's critical.
Okay.
That's critical. They got to be follow up. That's what I'm doing here today, is following up.
And
on people.
It's multiple denominations. It's not any one church, right? Because what works for you doesn't work for me. And there's, you fit in where you fit in.
Mm-hmm.
And we're all looking for something, and it may not always be the same thing. Yep. It's out there for you, though.
But hey, I just wanted to stop in and
See?
tell you a little bit
And you
about
did
the
it,
ministry.
and nobody even pinched you. It didn't hurt in
Yeah.
the least, did it?
No, until they watch it. And we'll see what
now,
they
now,
say.
now. No. No,
All
you
right.
did good. All right.
So, hey, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks
All
for
right.
being one of our conversations on the bench.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate it. You have a good day.
You too.
Keep up the great work.
Thank you.
So this was gosh, here we are, October already. Back in July, we did a first time event that was the vision of a wonderful man who is sitting right beside Jesus, I'm sure, right now, Bernard Prince. He and his physical therapist, Michelle, had a discussion during one of their therapy sessions about how he was going to run 10,000 miles when he got to heaven. Bernard had a degenerative disease that stole his ability to walk. So he spent a lot of time moving around in a wheelchair. And during their physical therapy sessions, she would talk about her marathons and her 5K races. And she puts miles and miles and miles on all year long. And he said, I wish I could do that. She said, well, why wait till you get to heaven? Let's figure it out. She puts him in a Hoyt racing chair. They have a team together. They've competed in 5Ks and 10Ks and half marathons and marathons. And so much time spent racing together, honoring his dream to be able to finish the race. And he said, I want to have a race that looks like what I imagine heaven to be like. I want it to start with praise and worship music. I want it to finish with the beginning. And by that, he meant he wanted the finish line of this race to offer folks the chance to be baptized, to choose a relationship with Christ. And so we put together the Run to Jesus 5K event. It was last July. We did it right in Centennial Plaza. We had, I think it was 7 people, maybe 9 people that day, chose to be baptized. 400 people ran the race with endurance. And we woke the city up with praise and worship music. Unfortunately, Bernard didn't get to participate in downtown Canton because he watched it all from heaven, having passed away about a year ago now. I can't believe that. Man, thinking about that.
Doesn't sound right.
No.
Right.
But that day was so joyful, so powerful that we decided we got to do more of that. So we're going to do it again next year. Run to Jesus will be in Centennial Plaza on Saturday, July 18th, 2026. Start thinking about it. I always thought I would only run if something was chasing me. My kids are runners. I got a cross-country runner in college. I got a cross-country runner in high school. And I tell you what, my daughter's teammates, Labor Day weekend, said, Mrs. Woods, are you going to run with us today? As they were running on the towpath. And I said, you don't know Mrs. Woods very well, do you?
Yeah.
And I thought, maybe I don't know Mrs. Woods very well.
Yeah.
So I thought, you know what? No one's looking. What harm is it? Let me try it. And so I've been working on it. And I ran my first complete 3 miles in a very long time.
Nice.
Just 2 days ago.
That's awesome.
So I'm going to run in the next
That's
Run
great.
to Jesus 5K. And I know that we have had guests of our meal ministry and former shelter residents who have run half marathons, expressed a desire to run, and we helped get them shoes and entered them in the race and helped them achieve things that they questioned whether they were possible.
Yep. That's true.
Small examples, but
Yep.
one more
Yeah.
thing they got to check off the list of things they wanted to do.
For sure.
I love it.
Just one update. I did check the schedule. If you're coming back for prayer, so we'll flip to the national feed at 2:45, which will be kind of the closing prayer ceremony. Hang on for it. I think it's going to be cool. They'll have some stuff in place. There's kind of a control center that we have access to. I'm hoping they'll kind of like show that feed for everybody to see, like, hey, here's the 70 places people are doing this at.
Yeah.
And so people can kind of join in. So we'll do our prayer here then probably around, I'd say 2:35. We'll have 10 minutes to pray over kind of this experience and what, still have to learn from it. So the staff from the refuge will be coming out to do some of that. So
Yeah.
Excited for.
I just happened to glance down at the ground for a second and I realized that our bench is sitting on bricks that used to be at the former location on 3rd Street.
They are.
Many of these bricks purchased in memory of family members, of loved ones, in honor of folks. My goodness. I love that they're a part of this.
Yep. I know. I was reading to see which ones I could still remember.
Pastors, the Dudra family,
Keith and Julia Franklin,
the Guerra family.
Yep.
Like Casey's. Right. My goodness.
Doug Candle, Nationwide Insurance.
Psalm 46:1. God is our refuge and strength.
And there's one
loving memory of Deborah Haas.
Jessica Pastor.
The Kane family. Over and over again, there's Kane's acknowledged on these bricks.
Sorry, looking over here.
Yep. Southeast Church of Christ, Canton, Ohio. The Zellies, yeah.
Yep. Chapel in Marlboro. Used to do a meal once a month.
So many churches participate in so many ways in helping us accomplish this mission. I know we've talked about volunteers and the opportunities, and they don't always happen right here at the mission. Sometimes they happen in people's homes. Sometimes they happen in the basements of churches, and quilts being made by sewing clubs so that a man who comes to the shelter for the first time is handed a quilt that was prayed over, made with love for that particular person. He gets that back every time we do the laundry. Yep. He moves out, he gets to take that quilt with him. It's special
cool
things, right?
Yeah. All right. I don't know if he's going to be our last one, but
you coming up? Let's go.
Yeah, Robert, he is here. He's been waiting, so he's going to have a seat on the bench, and maybe he'll be the last. Maybe somebody else will wander, who will wash up on our way. So yeah, you're gonna hold on to that. You don't have to hold it like super close.
You don't want me? Okay.
No, I'm saying the mic. I don't care if you sit that close to me. That don't bother me. I'm saying you don't have to hold the mic like right here. You can just hold it kind of out. It'll pick you up.
Okay.
So welcome to the bench, Robert. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Like, what services at the refuge have you used, and how long have you been kind of connected to services here at the refuge?
Oh, okay. Well, that's easy. Ever since I was about 21, 22, I've been, struggling, battling with.
We were both a little bit young the first time we met.
Oh yeah, right down there at the old Refuge of Hope.
405.
Dealing with mental battles or whatnot and homelessness. Burnt a lot of bridges, but thank God for the Refuge of Hope, because I've used them just like employers use employees for work. You know what I mean? So it's a blessing. It really is.
You've been to you've been to a couple of shelters right besides this. Have you or not?
Actually, I believe I've probably been to one other one.
Okay.
But I think probably just most.
I know most of it. I didn't know if you could talk about what about being here is unique. What's something that you always appreciate when you come back about how you get treated or what you get offered.
Yeah, well, you know what I mean? It does give you stability where you need it at, just for basis of life. I got breakfast, lunch, and dinner, plenty of it. Got shelter. give us clothes, well, give me clothes rather, and just a safe place to go. You know what I mean? So it is here, and for whenever I had needed, whenever I was homeless, it's just, it's always been here. It did for me what I couldn't do for myself. I tell you that. And if I could have, I've been trying or whatnot, but this place been standing strong here for decades. So I think the Refuge of Hope, and especially Scott.
Yeah. I don't know. It's been what, like 15 years we've known each other. How old are you now?
Yeah, 37.
Yeah. So I mean, I remember from way back in the day, and this is part of what it's helpful for people to understand. I think is that like rarely is success a straight line where it's like, oh, I started here and just went right to my destination. Safe to say
but it's about a connect. It's about a connection, though.
Yeah.
I believe we have a connection.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And
well, what I'm saying is like, like I've seen you do really good success, then stumble, then do good, then stumble and do, like that. Yeah. I don't say that to sound disparaging or that.
No, it's
like,
the truth.
Yeah, it's the truth. And I say it because it's like, it wasn't that you didn't want it.
Right.
Like you earnestly wanted it, but then, decisions or stuff starts happening. Can you talk through? Some people don't understand, like, well, how does it happen if you wanted better? Just do better, right?
Well, yeah, that's just like whenever they how they explain it is whenever you're on drugs, just picture you're on a you're in a desert, you know what I mean? And you want some water, you're gonna do anything to get that water, right? That's how it is on. But it all started.
Would you
for
say
me.
of the like up and down failures, is it mostly drugs, alcohol, other stuff?
I just started doing drugs, hard drugs, 3 years ago. I never did drugs. I smoked weed, but I didn't, you know what I mean? Like I'm a natural downer, so it's just like I'm like,
Yeah.
But for me it was I had codependent issues and stuff, and when my girl got mad or whatever, got kicked out, so I'm like, oh, this, that, and the third. But where it all started was I just had problems and couldn't maintain job or whatnot.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Can you talk? You mentioned like, oh, I had codependent problems, and like, what for you? Like, what kind of brought that to the surface for you, and what's the work you're doing to try and like, kind of work through that? I guess.
Well, now I'm really not dependent. I don't think I'm really dependent on a woman no more. You know what I mean? That's where a lot of my problems came from. I thought I had a hole in me, and she had filled it, and when things didn't go right, I was just like, and then like in the beginning, everything is good. I go out and do this, that, and the third, but she called me back. I'm like, okay, well,
Yeah.
And it just got I was homeless or whatnot, and doing this, that, and the third. But whenever I start doing all these other stuff to add on to it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And now I know I still was in a better place, and, not even knowing it, because, it just ain't the way to live. You know what I mean? But
no, I hear that. Talk a little bit about, I would just be curious to know for you, you talked about some of the like drug issues, mental health. For you, do you feel like you can separate out like my main issue is mental health or my main issue is drugs, or it's kind of like a cocktail of the two? Or maybe it's not either of those. Maybe it's something else that I'm not thinking of that you would say like, hey, here's my struggle.
Yeah. Well, my struggle is myself, it's mental issues. And like I said, the mental issues, you know what I mean? I think everybody was like, oh, you're crazy. And, something had happened to me. They said I had a mental breakdown. I wasn't doing drugs, none of that, And this is when I was like 18 or something like that, 17.
Mm-hmm.
And, I figured I haven't, went to SSI, did SSI, and I've been through it, battling through it this long, so why not? But, yeah, so, but with the drugs, that's a different thing.
Yeah.
Drugs ain't for everybody.
Yeah.
I'm not, some of the greatest inventions or some of the greatest inventors were on drugs, hallucinogens and all that. But you know what I mean? Me personally, God made me beautifully. So,
made you in His image.
Yeah, all of us.
Preach. And so one part of you that's true, and you don't, if you don't want to talk about this, I know part of your story is that, you're a dad, and I've, seen you, out in parks with your kids and playing and being a good dad, and, talk through what that's like, being in a shelter, trying to still be an engaged dad. Not that it's like you don't take ownership in what happened or anything, but just like, what's that like for you as you try to be a good dad and also like, hey, I got to get myself together?
Yeah, it's just life, everybody suffers. It's just a part of my life, you know what I mean? I came down here whenever I was young. He was like, "Oh, well, Robert, that's what I said about connections with Yolanda and everything." They were like, "Oh, you always had them kids. You know what I mean? You hop them up, you know what I mean?" And relationships grow. You know what I'm saying? That's the goal, is to evolve. And unfortunately, mine's with my significant other grew apart. We were just too different, and so. But until my kids are 18, gotta be whatnot, this, that, and the
Cordial.
third. Yeah.
Can you talk to me about, we've talked about whatever up and down and whatever, you're back here, but what, I know you have goals and like, hey, this is what I want to do, this is where I see myself down the line. Just be like curious for you to share, like, hey, what is it if you had to say like, hey, here are my goals in the next 5 years that I want to see, and these are some things that I can do now to get me there. Could you articulate those things?
Yeah. I want to go to school for psychology. Hopefully finish that. That's a maintainable goal.
Yeah.
I like the mind and the consciousness. I want to have custody of my kids. Have my own house, a job.
Yeah.
I'm a simple man.
Yeah.
I know, you know what I mean? Yeah.
So
and
I
teach
guess
my kids, you know what I mean? Because counseling and therapy is now, because a lot of trauma comes from childhood, and you keep asking yourself why, this, that, and it boils down. So
have you ever read Body Keeps the Score? It's about trauma and how like your body, like on the almost molecular level, understands trauma, impacts your health and all kinds of stuff.
For sure, just like the genealogy, you know what I mean? We are beautifully made and adapt to a lot of things that a lot of people just don't even fathom. Yes, absolutely. But what is that called again?
It's called Body Keeps the Score.
Body Keeps the Score.
Yep.
That's what my dad said. He said, "Man, he said your body will let you know when you're tired."
Yeah. My body is screaming at me right now. He's saying you are tired, and I could not agree more.
Yep.
That's cool. What's one thing? Just wanted, like, what's one thing that you're working on right now to get to those goals you just talked about?
One thing right now?
Yeah. Is there something you can point to, like, hey, I'm working on this because I want it to take me here?
Oh, well, just staying sober, getting a job. You know what I mean? I messed up and slipped, but I did that a lot. I bumped my head a lot of times.
Yeah.
But that's about it, man.
Okay.
Like I said, I'm just simple, man. I don't, you know what I mean? I know I want to set goals and checklists, and then, but yeah, absolutely, man.
Cool. Well, thanks, Robert. I should ask you a few things before you go. I've been asking people, like, what's your favorite meal in the meal ministry?
Oh, chicken.
Which kind? Like fried chicken or baked chicken?
KFC.
The KFC chicken. I know. There's been like basically two answers: KFC chicken,
and
that they heat up right in the oven, or meatloaf. Those are the two.
Okay.
Those are the two that people like most often came to. So and then lots of people that are watching our feed, they probably haven't been homeless, don't know kind kind of what that experience is like. What's something you tell them about your experience that's like, hey, most people don't know this about our experience. Here's something that is helpful to understand when you're kind of like encountering somebody who's homeless or who's experiencing homelessness.
Yeah, well, all I can say is, I mean, some people are more fortunate than others. And, some do have the know-how and the capability and others don't. So, I mean, I don't know. I never been on the corner with the sign or whatnot, but just in general, man, it's just lifestyles, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I've been high and I've been low. And if you've never been there, you know what I mean?
Started from the bottom, now we're here.
Life
See,
can
you
be
didn't
your
know
best
that. I knew that
experience,
one.
but yeah, for sure, man. I never think I'm better than nobody else. I never toot my nose up. Like I said, I've been up, I've been down, I've hung
And you're
around black
good. I
folks, I've been
mean,
hung around black
and
white.
you're a good worker. Like that's the thing. Like that's the one thing is like you can find work and work. You don't mind working. It's just like keep focused and saying like, yeah, what are the 5 things I want to do? How do I get myself there?
Yeah.
So, thanks for sitting down with me, Robert. So grateful for you sharing. That can be super vulnerable. So.
Oh yeah. Hey, baby. What are you doing?
Daddy, why you not answer me?
I did answer you. I said, "What you doing?" I'm down here. I'm talking to Scott. Look, I'm talking to the manager of the Refuge of Hope.
She's like, who is that stranger?
All right, I'll call you right back, baby. I love you.
I love you too.
Okay, bye bye.
Oh, that's awesome. What daughter was that? What's her name?
Journey.
Journey.
Yeah,
Awesome.
that's 3. I have 2 biologically, but all of them was I was in all their life since they've been in diapers or whatnot. Yeah, the oldest one's 13, my 13, 11, 7, 5, and 3.
Dang.
Yeah.
It's a lot, dude.
So, but yeah, like I said,
stepping in.
Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, thanks for sitting down. I'm super appreciative. It's not easy to do, and you were a champ about it. All right. Thank you, man. I'll take that and put it in, and yeah, I feel like I'm. Oh. We are 59 minutes away from throwing it to the national broadcast. 58 minutes away. So counting down to that, we are kind of at the place here. We're just watching.
So, Scott, you've talked to a lot of people in the last 23 plus hours about their experiences being homeless, knowing someone homeless, helping someone homeless, all the different ways that our neighbors connect with one another. You didn't grow up in this area. In your younger days, in another part of this country where 70 other missions are having these same conversations on their benches today. Did you recognize homelessness in your hometown growing up, and what did it look like?
Yeah, I don't, I grew up in a town of 10,000 in Minnesota, which, we were the biggest town around. And, I don't ever remember seeing somebody that was like legitimately homeless. The only like vague thing I can remember is that my dad owned a tire shop, and there was a gentleman that worked for him. His name was Paul Charlop, and he was always, whenever we come in there, he'd always, like mess with us, and always had like super positive attitude. And I remember going into the shop, I think it was in the morning, but I remember Paul Charlop was in there with a guy that clearly was on a hard time. Like whether he was homeless or not, I don't know, but I just remember that Paul had reached out for who knows what reason. And wherever he'd found him at, he'd taken him into the break room, given him a soda out of the machine and gotten him a candy or something, and
Yeah.
was trying to figure out what kind of help he needed. But there
Mhm.
weren't, at least as I remember it, and it could just be my own ignorance. I'm fair, I don't remember seeing it in a way. The first time I remember like really encountering something that was resembled what we see here is in college. I went on like they called it urban plunge, which was like an experience where we went to Minneapolis for can't remember if it was Martin Luther King weekend or some weekend, and it was kind of like there was some service involved, but mostly it was like kind of an experience of like, hey, here's what it's like for people that live in impoverished community. Here's the struggles they face, and so we have to go to different food and some of them had different requirements, and you're just kind of along for the ride. You weren't behind serving food, you just went through the line. And there's one particular one that was especially moving. It's obviously Minnesota, it's the winter, it's cold, everyone's feet are turned up, but it was run, I think it's called Mary's House, and it's run by a bunch of nuns, and they run a meal that's to the public. And in the winter they have 3 or 4 nuns that are there just tending to people's feet. Like come in and they're taking boots off and lotioning them, washing them, making sure that they're taken care of. And so they made us all go through that experience of like, they're going to take care of you. I just remember feeling like so mad that I had to go through that, and just being like, I don't need to be here. And I just remember the person that was in charge of our experience, his name is Paul, and he's like, I think you better figure out why that makes you angry, Scott, to be on the helping end of this scenario. Like, they're not asking everybody that comes in here, like, do you really need this help? Right. They didn't ask us. They just like, oh, you're here. This is what we do here. Yeah. And that was just such a powerful experience to realize, like, oh, what about me is so averse to being helped? And, how do I get to a place where it's like not seeing them as some distant, but like, oh, we're the same. Yeah. And I think that was where I always had viewed myself as like, oh, well, this could happen to me. And, it didn't take me being here very long to realize, in a real way, I was like, oh yeah, there really is very, very little difference between, me and the people that were assisting.
That's the common variable that I experienced after one of our former residents shared his testimony. His name's Kevin. And he talked about, doing all the things that you think you should be doing, checking off all the boxes, graduating high school, going to the Ohio State University, graduating from college, getting married, starting a family, having a house, having a car, all the American dream kind of, token things that we're all thinking we're going to get accomplished. And then things kind of fell apart. Relationship fell apart. And he just started to kind of unravel without realizing how quickly it was happening. Yeah. And life got out of control. He said, I wasn't a bad person. I just was reacting to the situation I was in and not making good choices as a result of it. And it got out of control. Yeah. And at the end of the day, yes, he was homeless. Yes, he was trying to figure out where dinner was coming from. And some of us have never had to experience that. Other us have had some of those experiences, but not all of them. And if you've not had even an inkling of what that is like, he said he didn't deserve any of it. All of the things that he received, he said he felt like he didn't deserve any of it. But isn't that where we all are? Yeah. And I'm reflecting on how much God has done for us, sacrificing his son, loving us, whether or not we deserve it. Yeah. All of us, unconditionally. Yeah. And that is something we all have in common.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. And like that, I think too, just being here, talking to people, having been in the shelter for, 16 years and heard stories that when you talk to people like about like, their hopes, their dreams, what they imagine for themselves, even when you just talk, with Robert, like,
Right.
I'm just a simple man. Like I want a house, a good job. I want to have a relationship with my kids. I don't need anything. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, that's probably how 90% of people, you talk to them like, hey, what are your goals? What do you want to accomplish? It's like, yeah, I'm familiar with those kinds of things that I want for myself and my kids. And, and I think that's the also the thing is realizing like kind of what the weight they're bearing as they go through is like, yeah, you're here and you're homeless and you're trying to take care of yourself. But then it's like, yeah, there's these 5 other kids that, he's a father figure to, that he's like, okay, I got to figure out how to do that, not lose myself or my focus on what I need to do to actually get myself out of here so that, hopefully I could provide more stability and whatnot for them.
Yeah.
So you just see like how difficult it can be.
It's not lost on me, people I've met who have done some really extreme things to try to do what they need to do to keep things together, to feed people they're responsible for, to take care of those that they love. And you may look at that situation and go, I would never do that. What made you think that was the way to handle this situation? But in that moment of desperation,
Yeah.
it totally makes sense.
Yeah,
As a
no.
last resort,
Yeah.
just it's this or the alternative. I would hope that I could figure out how to do that. But I know my mom and dad would have been in big trouble for some of the things they did just trying to make ends meet while
Yeah.
we sat in the car and my mom worked.
Yeah.
My mom cleaned offices and my brother and I sat in the car while she did that. And we didn't think twice about it.
Yeah.
She couldn't afford a babysitter.
Yeah.
Just,
Yeah. You
getting
just,
it done. We
just,
sat,
yeah,
we did
just-
our homework, we were quiet, we didn't leave the car.
Right.
Probably wasn't a really long time, but
Right.
but it was more than 20 minutes. It was more than 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't dare do that.
Yeah.
You'd get
now
in so
you
much
wouldn't-
trouble
yeah.
for doing
and
that.
You just realize the pressure they
Yeah.
feel, just like every parent feels to like provide and
Yeah.
what am I gonna do? And or like and even like if you've grown up in where you haven't learned to disagree or you've seen broken families and trauma, so you don't even know how to like have a constructive argument. So I'm not saying this is their case. I don't know his case.
Nope.
Intricately,
Just
but
in
just
general.
like,
yeah.
how
Speaking
do you
generally.
how do you get to even learn how to fight fair and to do it in a way that doesn't move you into other spaces and
Sure.
and do things that are out of your character because you're just angry and elevated.
Or how to give someone else grace if you've never realized or experienced that.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. So, all right, we are down to roughly 30 minutes.
30 minutes.
33 minutes. Which
Can you
feels like a
believe
long it feels like a long time right now.
Yesterday,
I feel like I'm fading.
we were sitting here
Yeah.
30 minutes before 3:00 going, I hope this works. Oh my goodness. Are we going to be able to connect to all the people we need to connect to? Are we going to say all the things that we want to say? Are we going to be able to stay awake for 24 hours?
That's the truth. That is the truth.
What's going to happen when the sun sets? Who are we going to meet?
Yep. I would say there were some people that when the sun set I expected to see, and there was a couple people I didn't expect to see. So it was fun to see a whole kind of cadre of different people that I've known from over the years here.
Sure.
So
sometimes that cycle is hard to understand. It's not about just wanting things to change. It's a lot harder than that.
Yeah, and you hear it when you talk to, when you're, sitting on, Robert's story, but also lots of other ones when they were talking about, like, the desire to change, but just like, I would just get caught in a cycle. And then as soon as I'm in that cycle, it's just like rinse and repeat
Yeah.
over and over. Even though, like, I want out of it, I just can't get myself out of it.
You were talking to Bill about wanting people to know have self-assurance, to know their worth, to know they're worthy. And I remember hearing Miss T talking about a dinner guest she had a conversation with in the dining room who is really struggling. She's in a good place right now, and her family holds her accountable for the choices she made in the past. And maybe there was hurt there. I get that. But I've heard you say it before to the guys in the shelter that their future is not determined by their past. God forgives us.
We're not
He's
the
a God of
summation of our
second
worst
chances.
decision.
And when people are holding you accountable for deeds done in the past or hurts from the past, and you get that freedom to grow when you're making all the choices and you're trying so hard to get out of the dirt, right?
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Those are things we can pray about. I know we're coming up into that time of prayer, and I just, man, the list gets longer the more I think about it.
I don't know if I'll have words by the time. Let's
Yeah.
else pray.
So much to give thanks for. Man, beautiful blue sky. There is hardly a cloud in the sky.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I doubt it. Those Yeah, we're not. It's funny.
Oh, yeah.
We need to get a different color if we're gonna set it out here, because you're probably the fifth person to come over and be like, "Hey, you guys got phones?" I don't, because I think that there's a glue on it. Oh,
I
yeah.
should have told him to leave it off, and I didn't. Now I'm gonna have to go back up.
Oh, yeah. I wish I could help you. I honestly don't know.
Yeah.
So we're doing a live stream for 24 hours. We are on the last half hour of that live stream. So we've been here for over 23 hours.
Yep.
It's called Conversations on the Bench. So we've been just sitting with people who use our services and just their stories, like how'd you end up either homeless or needing our services? How have they benefited you? How has it formed you? How has it changed you?
Centennial all the time.
Yeah.
I deal with the homeless up there. I just sit to myself. Some on medication, some of them not.
Yeah.
Some of them there because they want to be there.
Yep.
Someone can do better. They don't want to do better. So I be around all that. That's probably where I'll end up going.
Yeah. Once you get your phone situated.
Yeah.
Very good. Nice.
Right.
Yeah.
Each one's a unique situation. Each situation is unique, isn't it?
I just go up there a lot. I just sit up there. The only thing I kind of like dislike, because I see the police go down there, around like on the side of there. Why you messing with them people when they ain't bothering nobody? That's what gets me. I mean, someone might have a beer or something. Put that down, pour that out, or something like that there. I mean, I can see if you're violent, you're messing with people, you're standing on the sidewalk and stuff. These people ain't got no rights. You messing with these people and they ain't doing nothing. They forget what their purpose is. And they overstep their boundaries because they got the authority to do it. I can understand you don't want them sleeping up there and all of that. Policeman, they don't have it out up there.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be pleasant.
Yeah.
Messing with them homeless people, and they ain't right.
Yeah.
All right, see you guys.
All right, we'll see ya.
Yeah, thanks for stopping. You know, it's another thing I've witnessed in these last 24 hours is the amount of compassion our neighbors have for each other.
Yeah.
Even in spaces where it's not necessarily affordable, how they share with each other what little they may have. I don't know. Showing kindness to one another, recognizing hard times.
Well, I feel like I'm fading.
Yeah.
Fast as I faded, I feel like I could just.
I told you that's what happens when you sit down. I didn't take my own advice. I
Yeah.
sat down.
I'm like,
I don't know who's going to clean all this equipment up because I
25
sat down.
Yeah, it's like Marcus show up stat because we're gonna be falling asleep on the curb here.
Aw, Dwayne Sanchez, almost there. Jen
Yep.
Grubb, final stretch. I'm so proud to work at Refuge of Hope with all you lovely people.
Jen, come outside. You can take over the last 25 minutes.
Scott is looking lively. It's showing.
It's showing. Yeah, it's time to show. We are. Well, I mean, I've been awake since 7 yesterday, so that's 32 hours. I haven't done that in a very, very, very long
Hold on. How did John get to go home from being shelter supervisor without stopping at the bench to tell one dad joke?
time.
We failed. We better do this again next year.
Failed the audience.
You
They
missed out.
on a dad
You really
joke.
did.
He certainly has one ready. He always has the dad joke holstered, especially for Christy.
Because he knows I'll laugh at him. I can't help it.
Yeah. But
I think it's a good time to say thank you to Citygate Network for all the work that they put into arranging this 24-hour moment of conversations on a bench. The massive amounts of coordination that have gone on leading up to this and in these 24 hours is overwhelming to me.
Yeah. So a lot of it's organized by the Fresno mission. They were kind of the people that had this idea, I think, and piloted it, and then invited a couple more people to do it the next year, and then this year is kind of the first turn of it. But I mean, yeah, Christy can tell you like they basically like it's kind of like a plug and play system where I don't know how many hundreds of pages of documents they have for you.
Oh my goodness. I couldn't even print it all out in good conscience.
Yeah.
It just is environmentally irresponsible, but digital. I got it all, and it was a wealth of information to really make this a visible, participatory event that hopefully so many good conversations were not just had, but realized and actions and plans come forth from it.
Yeah, and even there's a lot of you who've bopped in and out of the feed for the last 24 hours and left comments and questions and hey, how do I get a service of this? It's super helpful as we're here doing stuff. It's fun to be able to answer and say like, hey, it's good to see so and so, or that's awesome, thanks for encouraging us, or whatnot. Like that helped to make the day, well, mostly the evening and early evening, kind of move along at a pace that felt, that okay, we can do this. It's not that far.
The banjo helped me particularly.
the banjo lifted. I went and sat in my office because I had to do a few office things for an email, and that was bad decision. That was what pushed me into the overly tired space where I'm like, I don't know if I can come back from that. That was at noon. So we're almost 2.5 hours later.
So for 24 hours, I've had someone talking in my ear, whether it was you 10 seconds later after actually
I
being
don't know how you
present
do
and
it.
hearing what you said and then hearing it again, or one of many missions communicating with each other, how we're going to connect, what they're doing. I will be so glad to open up my ears to what is physically present happening in my world in front of me. It's a strange sensation. I don't even know how to describe. Like,
that's the sensation for me now. Is I'm so tired that I'm like, if I go to sleep, can I sleep minimum 14 hours so that I wake up at like 5:30 in the morning?
You think you get to make that up? I remember before my children were born, we have twins. They're grown now, so I sleep a whole lot better.
Yeah.
But I remember people saying while I was expecting, you better sleep now. Like you could store it up.
Yeah.
Like you can make up for it. Oh.
Nope. Yeah.
It doesn't work that way.
It does not. But I know, I generally know when I've stayed up, I'm like, yeah, I can usually do 12 hours.
Uh-huh.
So it's like, if I even get to sleep by 4, I don't really want to be up at 4 in the morning.
It's Friday night. Your kids want to stay up, right?
Oh, my kids somebody is responsible for them. I was like, I am not going to be a competent adult after this much time awake. Somebody needs to be. So
it's movie night at home. Here's some popcorn. Here's the remote control.
Yep. Don't
put foil in the microwave.
Thankfully,
right?
my mother-in-law she's on kid duty, and I was like, don't wake me up, please. I'm so tired. I'll be so tired. I'm not sure how functional I'll be.
And again, that kind of weariness that we experience is by choice.
Yeah, and it's just small.
It's barely a true example of the exhaustion and weariness that so many of our guests feel.
Yeah.
I'm thankful that we have a place that they can rest. Hopefully they feel safe. We try so hard to provide that safe space for them.
We're ready to hand over the reins.
Look at that.
If the kitchen wants to take over the last
boy
20 minutes.
Purple aprons unite. Come
Got
on.
18 minutes. You want to be on the horn?
Oh, yesterday.
A song from the kitchen?
No song, but I just wanted to tell y'all, you know what I forgot to mention? And that's God. Through God, all things are possible.
Amen.
Everything you want out of life. As long as you have him in your life, you're going to be okay. And I forgot to tell y'all that yesterday. Right back at you.
Okay, you got 17 more minutes.
Yeah. Oh. And it's time for you to go? Almost. You want to say hi?
Hi.
You got
to.
You can tell what you come
prayer with the refugee hope staff.
Oh, let's say I'm from the halfway house and I come and help and get back to my community. Yeah.
This is my family right here, and they are so tired. I'll be glad when this is over for them. Next time we're gonna find a better way to do this. Yeah. I'm talking about you can pass the torch to somebody like every 8 hours, and a different person could come on. Oh, we're gonna have it rolling. You know it.
John Molyneux, you know John, who comes here, he's got the long beard.
Uh-huh.
The whole night we're making hot dogs, and anytime we say something about like, oh, Christy cooks those good, and he's like, not as good as Yolanda. I love Yolanda. that is. I'm like, and Christy was like, she worked hard for 12 hours to like try to come in a easy second, but there was no anytime Yolanda's name.
love you, Lon.
He got it bad.
Yeah, he did. I'm like,
He got it bad,
"You
huh?
get it, John.
Yes. I love you guys. I
Hi,
gotta
my
go
name is
now.
Brittany. I'm from CRC and I'm just here to get back to the community and, get back into the community. It's been a long time. It's a halfway house. CRC is a halfway house. And I get out of there in January, so I'm just trying to get back to the community and get back into the community. So
What are your dreams when you get out? What are you gonna do?
I'm
What are your
moving.
goals?
I'm moving out of Ohio. That's my dream.
That's your
'Cause I've been
goal.
here my whole life, so
Don't
I have
dream
to
it, make
go.
a goal. If you
Yes.
dream it, it's not gonna happen. Make a
Yes.
goal.
Yes.
So what are you gonna do to make it happen?
Just gonna do it. They have been real influential. So I am so glad to be around these ladies. They are very positive. They have me down here every day and I love talking to them, love being around them. They are very, very positive people. And if you want some real, they're going to feed you the real. Okay. That's it. Bye.
And I will do my rendition of, no, I'm just playing. I'm not going to do it.
We just came to bomb y'all for a minute.
So come back
Bye.
out at 2:45.
All right.
Come join us. We'll have a moment of prayer, all of us together. Hey, thanks for
So
the
are we
little
not-
energy.
Are we not going to?
Let me take a wander over there.
Yeah,
Can I
wander
just-
over there. I will babble on for a brief moment here. I was trying to see how many people are. I think it's just me and you watching now, Christy. There were two people. So Christy and I are the only ones watching ourselves at this time. Everyone else is like, hey, it's Friday. Weekend's here. And Christina are like, yep. I saw those. It's like Scott deserves it. I feel like we all deserve it here. Between Christy and I, it's like, yep, we're ready to get ourselves home and call her quits. Call her a day. Okay. Yeah. All right. So we are coming down the home stretch and we are just stumbling to the finish here. Um, just some things just to kind of that we've been talking about throughout the whole day today. Is just one that we've feel so honored that so many people let us stand in what's pretty sacred space, or to hold space for them to share kind of their own personal story.
Yeah.
We hope through this process, it was very impactful for us. We were here for 24 hours. We heard everything. You may have jumped in and out. I'm assuming everyone jumped in and out. But what we did, we hope that it humanized their stories, that you kind of could see the struggles that people face, and even being out here in the middle of the night and people just wandering up, and you just realize how many people are just wandering around at night, looking for some place to warm up for a second, or get somebody to light a smoke, or in our case, grab a few hot dogs along the way. So that was super fun fun to see because you never knew who was coming, and
You didn't? No.
and honestly, just because you didn't know what they're, what they necessarily were looking for. Sometimes they didn't even tell us. They're just like, yeah, I'm here because, just saw there was a fire and I came over.
Right.
It's like, okay, well, that's cool. Have at the fire, So
I think about John and his familiarity with our neighbors. There were so many people that walked up wondering what we were doing or to have a conversation on the bench. And I feel like there were very few people he didn't know by name, know where they were from, and know part of their story. He's a good listener. And he remembers.
it was surprising. I will say that is, if you asked me to say like what is that was the most surprising thing is how good his memory was.
Look at this crew.
All right, you guys ready to take over?
Shelter guy.
We're here to hand it over.
Look at that. Clay and
we are.
Ryan.
I
they
just said
they
we were
think
stumbling
they're going
to the finish.
home. Isn't it about that time where they
Oh.
The fact that no one has stumbled over the amount of cords that are laying in front of
early
us.
on.
No, sir. No, we've made it this far.
Yeah, enjoy your weekend and I'm gonna actually enjoy the first half of my next week a lot more than my weekend. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, when I'm not coming into work, I'm gonna enjoy that a lot more. Like tomorrow and Sunday, just recovery. Yeah, exactly. Damage control. That's
Don't trip.
Yeah, that's a good
Right.
description.
Don't trip.
So,
Thank you guys.
We appreciate you guys.
Thanks for creating boldness in some of our residents. To come out here and put a band together 15 minutes before you perform for the first time on a live nationwide stream.
That's gutsy.
I mean, way to go. Yeah. That fueled me through the rest of today. It really did. I would love to see that. Yeah. But the amount of talent, if you don't take time to dig for it, I mean, so much talent. I watched people doodle on hearts and really put some creative thought into what they were doing and crafting words. I love it.
Yeah, you never know when the bear will show up. That's one thing you always know at the refuge.
That's
Never rule
true.
out a bear sighting. Oh, for real? I just saw him over here. He was just walking over there. His
Okay.
PO?
Right. I don't know. They're not hearing a whole lot, but we're talking about it. Just a challenging scenario of someone we all pray for continuously, for their situation to change, for the choices that can help that situation to change, and how you want something so bad for somebody that has to want it for themselves.
Yep,
and
he's
that
back
they're
with Vantage.
So close. They're thinking
No, we
about it.
hadn't-
They
we
want
didn't
it
talk to
too.
Mike.
Mike?
Mike, I didn't know that Mike stayed with us. Yeah, he did. You want to have a
We got
conversation on the
time.
bench, Mike?
Yeah.
Come on down, Mike.
Here, take
I
my
don't know
seat.
if I can put sentences together for another 10 minutes, but I'll do my
Watch the
dangest.
cords. Have a seat right here. Yeah, that. got your gloves on still. Make sure you take those off before you.
Yeah. Hello.
All right. Hey, Mike. So you don't have to give your last name, but talk a little bit about Mike. How'd you end up at the Refuge of Hope? How long ago did you leave? And kind of what was your experience?
Okay, I lived in a place called Grace of God Housing that had roaches and the pipes froze during the winter time. So I became homeless rather than live like that. And I called the homeless hotline and they got me into Refuge of Hope. I stayed for 12 days and then a spot opened up for me at Honor Home over behind Walmart on 34th
Yep.
Street.
Yeah.
I stayed there for 3 months.
Hold on
Then-
one sec. So Honor Home, for those of you who don't know, Mike's a U.S. military veteran, and so the Honor Home is like a shelter that's specifically designed for veterans. So, and we're lucky to have one in our town here. So that's when Mike talks about the Honor Home, that's what he's talking about.
Yes, I was very grateful. And upon moving into my new apartment, HUD-VASH, Housing Urban Development, Veterans Assistance Subsidy Housing, helped out paying half my rent. And the Refuge of Hope provided furnishings, almost all of them, along with Sam Center.
Yeah.
And I got all my stuff, and I've been in there for like 3 months. Couldn't ask for more. I volunteered here at Refuge of Hope.
That's right.
And I volunteered for 2 months. And then I landed an employment opportunity through Vantage Aging over at Job and Family Services, 55 and older.
Mm-hmm.
And they got me in here. And I worked for 2 months, and then there was a layoff due to further notice, and I just started back Tuesday of this week.
Yeah, we're so happy to have him back. The Vantage workers help out to meet the needs, of doing work in the kitchen that, we probably can't afford to hire that many of them, but we're happy to have them around to do what it is that, they do. Can you talk, Mike, about so what branch of the military were you in?
I was in the Army.
You were in the Army. How long did you serve?
4 years.
4 years. And that was that service and discharge that qualified you for HUD-VASH?
Yes.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Honorably discharged.
Well, that's great, man. Congratulations on, you only were here 12 days. That's pretty good. Sometimes people can be here a lot longer than that.
Yeah, I got lucky.
Yeah.
God was on my side. I prayed about it.
Yeah.
And I continue to pray. And I'm just glad to be here and glad to be of service.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to take off.
Awesome. You done, Mike?
Yes.
All right. Well, thanks for sharing your story with us, Mike. We appreciate it. What? Ooh. He's fine, Miss T. I said he could do it. All right, we are kind of reaching the end of the day for thank yous. So, yeah, I want to say thank you to the Refuge of Hope staff who came and shared their stories. It was super inspiring for me to sit here with them and hear their passion and their purpose with which they do their job. And, some of them picked up extra slack as those of us working on this project were out here. So yeah, just we're so thankful for them and for their commitment to the work that we're doing. Also, thanks to all you guys that tuned in, followed us, engaged. That's super helpful. If you haven't liked their Facebook page, please follow us. You always can see updates and share stories, and we'll try and do, we'll look through some of the the footage and then save what we can, and splice some stuff together for some storytelling purposes. Just excited to be able to share so much of this that we got to see firsthand with our larger community. And then a big thanks to specifically Christy and Marcus for the technology work, and for Christy being out here the whole 24 hours and managing the people, and making sure we had space and the technology worked as much as we could get it to work. That doesn't happen without her. And also just for the people being on board with like, hey, here's a crazy idea, let's see if we can make it happen. And then to see how much beauty we got to witness, and the ways in which we got to stand on holy ground with people as they shared their stories. Christy's looking at me as if there's something I'm supposed to know. All right, you can give me 1 second. We're gathering for prayer. If you want to join us, there you are. You're not here. You're on here. All right, so we are here. You can come. It's probably going to be easier. We just put the mics in the middle. Is it picking up the wind or anything, Christy? We got to adjust the camera. We can do that. So I'm just going to put some mics in the middle here. Kind of stand around. Yeah, put that on there. Yeah, Marcus, can you get us in the frame here?
On the bench or behind? Can I sit in this chair? That's where he at.
Yeah, Christy's like, don't take, I call under. Yeah,
Right.
real.
We just got to keep you up just a little bit longer. A little bit longer.
I'm good. Somebody else 24 hours, right?
That's the next bad decision I'm probably gonna make. Go to sleep and wake up at 3 in the morning.
I remember back when you're in the dirt.
See?
Can you listen? Can you hear us?
Yep. I'm gonna be hanging on to you if I go down.
Sit right in the middle. That's gold right there.
All right, so we are in. Are we all in the frame there?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, you just do. I just move the stuff.
Kids are house of house. Jump in with us, Marcus.
Just want to go to sleep. Just like it was fun. Now it's painful.
Right. I see it in your eyes.
Yeah, I'm struggling.
Hey, Scott.
Struggle mass.
You had me cracking up last night.
Oh, when we were texting, like,
man.
When Christine rolled up in here, I'm like, oh, Tim's gonna trip. I didn't know if you could recognize who was on camera. I'm like, oh,
yeah, I seen it.
He's gonna just trip about that.
And I was like, Christine.
Yeah.
She hung out for a while.
Oh, she was here for it.
I was a little heartfelt, man, because the way she was talking and things she was going through, and how she was looking good.
Oh, you could hear all that?
I seen everything.
Oh man, I didn't realize I was picking up all that.
Yeah. John kept cutting up over here. I'm like,
I don't know what happened.
this
It's like it won't tighten all
I
the
went
way.
and had your number because I was gonna call him, pull him to the side. I heard everything he said. He just kept on going on. Kept cussing. I'm like, oh.
He did keep. He sat down on the bench. He didn't even make it a minute. Like, you're out. You struck out 3 times in a minute, John. You gotta go.
A synonym of the one word.
Yeah.
We started using appropriate
All right.
synonyms.
So this is kind of the end point. In at 2:45, we're gonna jump to the main national feed and close out the time together. But wanted to take some time just to, pray for what happened and for the stories people shared. So I don't know how we divide up the next 9 minutes, but if people just want to start and pray, I'm probably out of words, to be honest. So if you're good, you can close.
How about one word? How about everybody think of that one word that you would offer to somebody or that reminds you of Refuge of Hope and the ministry that we share? What would be your one word?
We'll start.
Community.
Faith.
Faith.
Baptism. Yeah. Family.
Peace. Peace.
Guidance.
Yeah, that's good.
What is it?
Guidance.
Guidance.
Strength.
Strength.
Need that.
Resilience.
Resilience. Yes.
Good.
I'd say worthiness. That's the.
That was a strong.
That was It was especially in the last 12 hours. Feels like that was just like
Strength is strong.
Be worthy of strength, right?
I didn't realize.
Can we say another one?
I did not pick this hoodie on purpose today, but I would say one.
Yes, we're all one, connected through Him.
Jesus
Yes.
went after the one,
Absolutely.
leaving behind the 99.
To the one. Yeah.
he's gonna reach
We're
one.
here for the one.
Reach one.
Marcus,
I would say thank you.
Marcus, what's your word? You're behind the camera.
Just to sum up the time.
Sum up Refuge of Hope or the word for redemption.
Yeah.
Now that's a strong word.
Y'all coming up with the big Scrabble word.
That's awesome. I'm probably just gonna, if you don't mind, I'll just close this out in prayer. And if we get done a couple minutes early and send it to the national feed, unless we can keep doing this. But I would just too want to say, like, it was a privilege to sit here with so many people. I didn't know what to expect when we started and had this crazy idea of what the impact would be, how people would respond, and I was kind of surprised, and how many people sat down, the amount of stuff they shared, and the ways in which even last night people were, I kind of just felt like people just wash up on the shores here around our fire, and we'd share some space for an hour, and then some people would leave and the next group would come in and cook some hot dogs, and it was a powerful experience, and feel super grateful to have been able to share that space with them. So say a quick prayer, then I'm gonna go sleep, and I think that'll be good. So
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this whole thing culminates nationwide coming up here.
Yeah, hang in there.
7 minutes.
7 minutes we'll be taking it because we don't really know what's going to happen on the national feed, but we're excited to see what they're going to do to kind of bring culmination to this 24 hours, because there's probably a lot of people that feel just like I do.
I would believe.
Yeah,
I'm just not admitting to it yet because that makes it harder to drive home.
Yep, that's my next thing. So, dear God, thank you for this day, and I'm so grateful for the Refuge of Hope staff, for their skill, for their care. As we sat with people, it was so clear the ways that their care and love was so prominent for people that use our services, that's the thing they remember, the people that cared for them, fought for them, loved them.
and continue to serve them every day. And I am so eternally grateful for the work they do, for the patience they show, for the intentionality with which they operate. Very little here happens by accident. And so we're so grateful for your guiding hand over all of us as we try to serve our clients and you in the best ways possible. And so thankful for that. I'm super thankful, Lord, for your presence here on this bench with so many people in the last 24 hours. Totally blown away. You keep showing up in ways we don't expect, and people that I didn't even know when they sat on the bench who I'm going to carry those conversations with me throughout the next several years as I think about what it meant. And I just pray as we begin to reflect sometime in the future, not now, but about the themes, what was said, what we're taking away from this time, Lord, that you would clarify that for us, that you would help us to use it going forward, Lord. And I pray for the people who were here, Lord, who interacted with us, that you would touch their lives. You put a special hand on what they're doing, Lord, and that maybe this time we spent together in this shared sacred space would be transformative for them in some way, that they would know your love in a different way, that they would sense your spirit moving or calling them to higher things. And so I'm just so grateful for the board, for the staff, for our guests, for all the ways in which people showed up. And a special thanks to Christy and Marcus for their extra effort to make this happen, for the technology and for being out here doing that. So grateful for them, Lord. Bless this time. We pray your blessing on the closing, Lord, that we would see the ways in which you are doing work all over the United States, not just here, but in Long Beach, in Kansas City, in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, in Oregon, and Eugene, all the places in which your spirit is moving in wild and amazing ways for staff just like us who walk away from their workplace every day being like, whoa, so amazing what God did, not just here, but all of these places. So we give you thanks, we give you praise. We are finished. Amen.
Amen.
Miss T, I know what happens to you when we have staff prayer meetings and you sit still and close your eyes.
As long as you don't snore.
You know,
You
we
know
know
what happened.
that on the already.
There's nothing wrong with
I
that.
know. I said, but you have to tell the whole story. Y'all fed me first. Yeah, then go say, close your eyes and pray. Okay, yeah, right.
You're right.
It's warm. It's peaceful.
Yeah, I know the sun like warming your skin is the next thing where you're like, okay, that's a little bit too comfortable.
Yeah.
Like if there's a ham next year, it's like doing is bringing a hammock. At
Right.
1 to 4 o'clock, it's like
You know, you start
put
kicking
me
your
on a
shoes
hammock,
off
I'm
and
out.
over with. This seat is comfortable.
It feels good out here now.
Yeah, I think the next
just trying to figure it out, I guess.
That's cool to know all this production kind of stuff.
I want to see all the other organizations on there. It's all over the United.
One of the reasons that I love, when Tom DeVries, who's a good friend, he's listening to Newark, he asked me to do this, and even though I